Norris Legislative Chamber. The afternoon session is about to reconvene. Senators, please record your presence. Roll call. Mr. Clerk, please record.
I have a quorum present, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do you have any items for the record?
I have one new study resolution, LR 384, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. That's all that I have, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We will proceed to the first item on the afternoon's agenda. Mr. Clerk. Speaker Hilgers.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. We're about to start on LB 1014, as I indicated before. This is a Speaker major proposal. I've worked with Senator Stinner to order the amendments. I've got the first round. There were fewer amendments this time around, and there were also from fewer senators. So you will hear some senators have more than one. And so here are the first several. So first, we've got the ENR amendments. Then after that, we have Senator Stinner's AM 2584, which is the committee technical changes. Senator Linehan, AM 2610. Senator Stinner, AM 2580, Senator Moorfeld, AM 2561, and Senator Linehan, AM 2608. I anticipate we'll have more after that round, but those are the first round: 2584, 2610, 2580, 2561, and 2608. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Speaker Hilgers.
Matt Hansen, maybe, please.
Senator Matt Hansen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the ENR amendments to LB 1014.
Members, the question is the adoption of the ENR amendments. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. ENR amendments are adopted.
Mr. President, Senator Stinner would move to amend with AM 2584.
Senator Stinner, you're welcome to open on your amendment 2584.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the legislature. AM 2584 is a technical amendment to add corrections to the ARPA spending bill to reflect the intentions of the bill as deliberated upon to this point. I'd like to walk the members through each section of this amendment to review those corrections. First, the first two of the corrections add operating expenditure language to account for the potential for administrative costs to the funding. Item number one adds the needed operating expenditure language to incentives under the Rural Health Systems and Professional Incentive Act. Item number two similarly adds operating expenditure language to incentives for the Nursing Scholarship Program. Item number three clarifies that local public health departments receiving aid under the County Public Health Aid Program are the local public health departments eligible for ARPA funding. Item 4 clarifies the aid earmark for DHHS expenditures in the administration appropriation to the military department. Item number 5 corrects the amount each community college can receive from the community college ARPA grant by striking 15 million and inserting 10 million to reflect the adjustments made to the grant program. Finally, item 6 corrects the aid earmark for North Omaha in the recovery grant program for qualified census tracts by inserting no less than 50 million, as was discussed on the floor last week. I'd like to just take just a moment to talk about the next 10 days. I have 10 days left as a legislator. There's 11 of us that are also in the same boat. We have probably 4 of the more significant bills to discuss yet and to pass. ARPA being one of those bills, and I think if you just take the sections that are involved with ARPA, the public health response, we actually have $157 million allocated to that area. Negative economic impacts, 619 million is negative economic impacts. Water and sewer, broadband, 85 million, 115 million to premium pay, and 15 million for administration. Those areas were hit hardest in COVID. They meet the guidelines, and I think that this is an important bill to pass. Tomorrow we'll talk about the budget, and the budget's an important bill to pass because it makes adjustments to the current budget. It provides wages and wage increases and dollars for our employees, certainly the 24/7s. It provides a 15% halfway to the wall for our providers so that they can attract and retain some of the employees that they have today and retain the people that they need to attract. Certainly, we've looked at the nursing home thing, and that's a premium pay area along with DD. Hard struck, certainly by the present economy and the fact that we have inflation and they consistently are losing people, certified people, and they need to have some help. The budget also includes quite a few areas where we have one-time spends, some of them related to ARPA and the housing side of things, but certainly other areas as well. And that gets us down to the last 2, and they seem to be intertwined. And it really bothers me that they are intertwined because I think we're better than this. We can talk about sentencing reforms, 920. 920, I think that we have been explained very clearly that what we're trying to do is keep our population safer. That means that you don't want people jamming out. That's unsafe practices. So by moving people closer to the parole board, first of all, they have to show good behavior. Second of all, they have to have programming. And third of all, when they're released, they're under the supervision of a parole officer. All of that equals safety. But we're spun up in political rhetoric. And it's stalling a tax bill that is aggressive, that is transformative, that is needed for the state of Nebraska. I don't want to leave here losing all of it. Folks, we can do this. We can make these changes. We can make the state of Nebraska a much better place. We can make it more competitive from a tax aspect. We can give breaks to senior citizens. We can actually do something on prison overcrowding, which we failed to do. And every chart leads you into that. And that's as big a budgetary issue, folks, as the budgetary issues that we're talking about as it relates to tax reform, as it relates to appropriations and provider rates and salaries. Didn't we demonstrate to you that 5% cap was important, and over 20 years, it's a $300 million number? And didn't I also explain that when you put in big fixed asset projects like a prison, that those, you have to look out 20 years. You have to project it out. You have to have a master plan. You have to have all of the data to get it, and you have to cite it in the correct places. We don't have all that information yet. But that's a $270 million, $300 million project, plus the cost of operations associated with that. We've built 800 beds since I've been here and haven't moved the dial. That should demonstrate to you that we have a failed system, that we have to make some changes. 920 is, pretty straightforward to me. I guess I break everything down into really simple ways of looking at things. It's about making Nebraska safer. Not, as you read in the paper, not everybody that goes in front of the parole board passes. But this is only the certain class of prisoners that will have that advantage. To keep that trajectory down to close to zero as we possibly can. That's fiscal responsibility. It's just as fiscally responsible as what we're trying to do with the safeguards on the income tax. It's just as fiscally responsible of what we've been trying to do with the budget. I'm just kind of a pragmatic business person, I get that. But this makes no sense. We have 4 major things to do. Let's get with it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Stinner. Debate is now open on AM 2584. Senator Breezy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues, and I certainly appreciate Senator Stinner's comments there, and I agree with Senator Stinner how important the ARPA bill is, how important 1014 is. And I don't think too many people would disagree with me that the tax bill that we talk about, the tax package that we talk about, is equally, if not more important. I spent the last week and a half listening to budget debate, ARPA debate, etc., and I didn't object to any of the provisions in there except one. We talked about it on the floor a little bit, and I was good with it. And I voted green on the budget bills. I voted green on ARPA so far. And in doing so, I relied on the expertise of the Appropriations Committee to strike a balance among competing interests. And I voted with the appropriators to move these things along. But along came the tax bills last week. And it was a compromise that also struck a balance among competing interests. But we had a block of senators unwilling to recognize the work of Chairwoman Linehan and myself and other members of the Revenue Committee, a block of senators willing to throw seniors under the bus, a block of senators willing to saddle Nebraska property taxpayers with a $200 million property tax increase, a block of senators unwilling to pass on some additional property tax relief, and a block of senators unconcerned about our high marginal income tax rate and its curtailment of economic growth in our state. And so my attitude has changed. Because you see, to move this state forward, we have to work together. And Senator Stinner described 4 major items we have to get done to move this state forward. And working together means recognizing the important work of the Appropriations Committee, but it also means recognizing the work of the Revenue Committee. It means recognizing the importance of tax relief to everyday Nebraskans, and it means recognizing the importance of preventing a $200 million property tax increase on everyday Nebraskans. Last week during the tax debate, we spoke several times of a compromise, a package deal on taxes. As part of the deal, income taxes are married to the 1107 fix, and the community college tax provision is married to both of them. And now it really looks like we have added components to this package deal. And to me, that would be the ARPA provisions, and it would be the budget. And as far as I'm concerned, ARPA and the budget are tied to tax relief. And I won't be voting to advance the ARPA bill or the budget bill until we have an agreement to move the tax package. And even though I have some serious reservations about many components of the budget and the ARPA bill, I think at this point I'm willing to compromise and help move them along if the tax package is advanced as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Senator Albright, you're recognized.
Thank you, President. I too stand and echo the comments just made by Senator Breezy. You know, when you have a bill of this magnitude, LB 1014, the ARPA funds, and you have to come up with where you'd like that money to come from. And when you ask, they say, nope, not ours. Nope, we're not going to work with you there. Nope, that's not going to work. We're keeping her all. That disturbs me. That disturbs Nebraskans. That disturbs the whole process when one committee can do what they want to do, move whatever they want. We're going to get to it. I hope we're all in the queue this time instead of Senator Lathrop blocking everything for us. You know, I want to talk about on page 19 of the bill. This is a lot more than a water study. The language on page 20, quote, to be used for the design, construction, and implementation of additional water supply projects, which shall only be used for such purpose. Eligible project costs shall include but not be limited to the cost for a water treatment plant, land acquisition, acquiring permits, well field pumping, a transportation of water over 25 miles for the purpose of providing potable water, whatever that means. How does that deal with COVID? What is it about putting $20 million in these ARPA funds? What does that have to do with COVID? Tell me that. Let's move on to page 22. This is the $60 million for the community colleges. I have a community college in my district. Line 16, for funding a capital project, for offering a course or a program that meets the criteria established in the Federal American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. Then in line 20, quote, the grant funds shall not be used to offset student or institutional costs. For number one, individuals currently enrolled in secondary school, or number two, the individuals enrolled in a program with the primary purpose of earning general academic transfer credits applicable toward a 4-year degree. This is too much money to be going to new projects and programs that will have to be sustained by either property taxes or additional state funds. We are going to get some answers to some questions today, folks, because Nebraskans deserve to know what's in this ARPA fund and how it's going to be distributed. Senator Erdman had once said, are these one-time funding, or is this something to help many, many other areas for years to come? But to strap people that are here in Nebraska based on the funding that we're going to say yes to today, that I'm going to have some heartburn with. And to think it's not okay to find money for underprivileged children who are behind in reading and math and help them get ahead, there was no money to be found. And shame on you for even trying to touch anything to do with the nursing homes. We've given them a 17% hit, a raise for their folks to try to get them into their facilities and pay them more than they would pay a normal nurse. That's not going to happen because they really probably don't need it, because we're going to give them another $110 million on top of it.
1 minute.
I can listen to the fullback, quarterback, whatever his name is, that wants to scream and holler about whatever I'm going to say today, but I'm done. I will not support something like this. Any funding that's going to go on and on and on for years to come. This is about helping people through the COVID transition, not about helping them in other ways. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Albright. Senator Arch, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to talk for a second, and I'll have questions for Senator Stinner here in just a second, about Section 18 in the ARPA bill. Now, I'm referencing ER 155. Just as a point of reference, if you're looking at the language, and it has to do with child welfare aid. As I understand this there is 2 years of child welfare aid in this particular section, 18, page 10, and it's broken out between $3 million for an increase in provider rates, and then $7 million for the child welfare case count. Now, I know that with COVID, we saw a significant decline in cases. The number of cases dropped precipitously. And I think that in my discussions with the department and those who were tracking this closely and other organizations outside, I think everybody looked at that and recognized that this was something temporary, that those cases would come back. Well, they have come back. And so now in the meetings that I've been in, there is reported a significant increase in those numbers once again. So as I see the dollars here, the $7 million that goes towards that case count increase, that I understand. And then it's 7 million and 3 million, so it's actually 10 total. But I guess my question remains then with regards to the increase in provider rates. And so the way we had handled some other provider rate increases, we had put those into our general budget, recognizing that that is an ongoing obligation, and we weren't using ARPA funds for that. And in those cases, we were identifying the ARPA funds for recruitment and retention of staff. And so this is handled a little bit differently. And maybe Senator Stinner and I can talk more about this off the mic, but I would ask him a question if he was willing to yield.
Senator Stinner, will you yield?
Yes, I will.
So Senator Stinner, you and I had multiple conversations about this, the ARPA being used for recruitment and retention, and then the general funds, the base rates were being increased there. Can you, is there something else? Am I missing something? Can you, or maybe we can do this later, but is there something there that there's a reason why we put provider rate increases into ARPA in this particular case? Now I think it's, like I say, I think it's 3 million as I read the number. But there must have been something in the discussions, and maybe you weren't into that level of detail, but we can talk about this off the mic as well.
Yes, I'm trying to do the calculations as trying to compare what's happening into the budget, but the governor, I think, included the 10 and 15 in the regular ARPA request, which we did do. And as you explained, the first year, it was a 7 million for case counts and 3 million for provider rate increases. Then obviously that 3 million slides over and becomes another 3 million, which is 6 million for provider rates. And of course, in the budget, then we put in some permanent increases in provider rates. These were expected to be temporary within ARPA and expire. So then we came back and actually put in base increases of 15%.
In the general budget?
In the general budget,
okay.
Yes.
And so this 3 million here, not the case increase, but the 3 million here, that is expected to expire then at the end of that. So while it's not identified for recruitment and retention, it would expire as we've done in other areas of social services. That would expire as well.
Yes, the ARPA bill is time definite money where the budget would be ongoing as a base increase.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Stinner. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senators Arch and Stinner. Senator Linehan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm actually up to talk about the Amendment 2584. So as I understand it, I think when I read the bill this weekend, the language was the 60 million and no community college would get more than 15 million for, it's in the same area that Senator Albright was talking about. So I want to talk to that, and then maybe somebody can respond when they're on the mic next. When I saw the 15 million, I thought, well, that's good because, and I know this is a little sticking up for Omaha, because Metro Community College is significantly larger with more students than the other schools. So I have, and anybody can come look at it or I can hand it out. So I've got the federal funds that have gone to the community colleges here. There was several different buckets, but the first bucket, for instance, Metro Community College got a little over 6 million, while Mid Plains got 774,000 or almost 775,000, so that the delta there is over $5 million. So I'm wondering, is there anything in this bill that kind of takes into account how many students you have? And nothing against any of our community colleges, I'm sure they're all great, but they are very, very different in size. So if I'm looking, the pot is $60 million and everybody gets 10, it seems to me like that might not be quite fair to Metro or Southeast Community College. So that's one question. And then I too want to know, we talked all summer about ARPA money. And we talked about the fact that it needed to be one-time spend, so it didn't increase our base going forward. And I was under the impression that was one-time spend for everybody, not just us, but for anybody we'd be giving money to. So I don't understand, as Senator Albright said on page 22, for funding for a capital project. So that means to me we're building things. And if we're building things, that means you got to have employees that are in the building, you got to take care of the building, you got to heat the building. I don't know, is there some limit on this, on building things? Because I've flipped through yesterday several of the community colleges and what they've been doing in the last year, and several of them are already building things, quite a few things with the ARPA money they already have. And I don't know, this kind of gets down in the weed on how community colleges are funded, but I see this from both the Education Committee, which I sat on, and also from the Revenue Committee. So their levy limit, community colleges, is 11 cents, but automatically in that 11 cents, they have 2 cents for a building fund. So they already have a building fund that they get. And from what I could, and if we stay on this too long or before now and select, from what I could pick up from clips I read and the budget reports that they had on their websites, we have I think Southeast is building a $24 million new building here on the Lincoln campus. I think they just finished a brand new health science building. I will get other examples, but there's a lot of building going on already. And then the other question I had this on the dual credit, as also Senator Albright mentioned, I don't quite, $15 million a year for dual credit. If I looked, Metro Community College, if it's dual credit, so it's a high school student taking college courses, the tuition is $33 an hour. So $15 million would provide 50,000 credit hours per year. Now, I think we have about 25,000 seniors a year, maybe not that many, 24,000. It seems like a lot of money. So is this dual enrollment?
1 minute.
15 million per year? Excuse me, it's 5 million per year. Is that for the child help pay for the classes? Because the other thing, and then see how this day goes, but we have a situation with dual enrollment, and this on the Education Committee, I have written letters about this, asked community colleges. Some kids pay, parents pay, some schools pay, and some schools pay half and the parents pay half. So I think we really should kind of dig down here and make sure it's fair for all Nebraskans. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Friesen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'll probably just start off where I left off the last time we talked about this bill, and I think I was a red vote. And I go back to when I first came here, we did have a lot of money in our cash reserve. We spent a lot of money. I think our general fund spending was around that 5.5%. And a short time later, we were out of money. And I remember all the senators when we were making cuts, we talked about how we're conservative senators. We don't like spending money. We're a high tax state. We spend too much. And the first thing happens when you dangle a little money in front of us, we spend it. And I look at this and I think if this body would appropriate half of these dollars and leave the other half for next year, that would be quite enough. Let's pick the best of the best programs. Let's move them forward. But it seems like we're just pushing ahead, making sure that we appropriate every last penny, get it all spent. We're going to have a general fund budget increase of what, 5.7%, I believe. Highest one probably since I've been here. That doesn't make us fiscally conservative anymore. And I know there's all kinds of trade-offs between our general fund and this ARPA money on who gets what. And I'm pretty happy to report I don't think my district gets really any of it because I don't have an ARPA bill and I don't have an A bill other than trying to fix the diggers hotline. So as we go through here, I find it hard to support certain things, especially. I talked numerously about how Offutt Air Force Base would be one of those. To me, the Lincoln Water System, $20 million. We've got communities out in rural Nebraska that have had to fix their water systems. They've had to drill new wells. They go out in the country and they had to find their own water source. They worked with the NRD. They managed to get it done. I don't know if there's any USDA funds available out there. There's a revolving loan account, I think, for water issues. But for me to say that I need to spend $20 million to help Lincoln find a new well field, that doesn't seem to fit what rural Nebraska has to do when they have to find a new well field. And we can go through this long list of where we spend this money. And again, I'll go back to the fact that this year we're spending $1 billion here and almost $500 million probably in our general fund budget, that if we were truly fiscally conservative, we would probably cut this all in half. And the next year, the new governor and the new legislature can make some wise choices again and fund those things with that we feel, they feel at the time deserves funding. Senator Wishart did have a nice bill in there, $4 million for reverse osmosis systems. And I think for some rural communities that might possibly be the answer if the EPA or whoever regulates, probably the HHS who regulates our water systems, because right now I don't think that a small community will be exempt from having to treat their water if they have a public water system.
1
And
minute.
so the reverse osmosis system still won't keep them from having to put in a treatment plant, for instance. And I think until we can find a way to change some rules, there are numerous small communities, villages out there who could greatly benefit from something like that. If they were able to put in a reverse osmosis system versus a water treatment facility, it would save us hundreds of thousands of dollars and provide good drinking water. So I think there's some options out there, and I'll continue talking about some of them as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Senator Matt Hansen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. Colleagues, I'm going to talk a little bit about the bigger picture, as we've already been said. So already we've had one senator talk about how this bill is now tied with a tax package, and this and the budget have to go along with the tax package in their mind. Colleagues, I'd like to remind everybody that if you look at the votes, I haven't been supporting the budget, and I've also been one of the lead opponents of the corporate tax giveaways in the tax package. So if there's any thought or desire that is going to influence me, that's misplaced. You can decide what you want your strategy to be going forward doing that, but I voted cloture for one of the bills, but I have not voted for any of the underlying bills. So in the any extent that is pressure on me to try and stop advocating for my community and my perspective and my constituents on taxes, I'm going to say that's misplaced, and that's going to be kind of unfortunate and maybe successful, maybe not. But I just wanted everybody to know going into that kind of full cards on the table, or whatever metaphor I'm trying to go for there. I do not particularly like these budgets. I have not been voting for them. And if you think you can use them as leverage points to drop some of the opposition on taxes, you're mistaken, at least as it comes to me. Going forward, talking about taxes, we've already had the tax bill that was defeated on Friday described as a compromise. Colleagues, when you take supporters of the bill and add more things into the bill and do not talk to opponents of the bill, it's not a compromise. You've just changed the bill. The key outspoken opponents to the corporate tax cut have been myself and a couple of other senators who have maintained their opposition all the way through. To any extent that there's been negotiations or compromise, it hasn't included us. If you don't need our votes, I always say, if you don't need our votes, if you don't need me to vote for it, I understand why you don't come towards me. I understand why you don't negotiate with me, but it's increasingly looking like more and more like you might. And I would encourage you to, moving forward, kind of keep that in mind when you get up and declare something's a compromise and you've ignored a wide swath of senators who have been continually opposed to something. It might not actually be a compromise because you actually haven't negotiated with people who've had the opposition. Again, if you don't need my vote, if you can get to 33 some other way, I understand. I don't expect to be quartered on every issue and every policy. So colleagues, that's kind of the lay of the land where we're at. And if we want to start tying more things and holding more things hostage and going back and forth, we have the leverage to that. And we can go down that path. And that's not necessarily something that I want to do or something that I have a desire to do. I'm going to share something now because a couple people have asked, and I've told people who've asked. So on Friday, after kind of the surprise 11th hour amendment of the Social Security tax, I went ahead and filed an amendment to every revenue committee bill that had been prioritized and was still on some round of debate. And it's not my goal to filibuster all of those things. It was my goal to prevent a large last-second tax package to be thrown on like it was on Friday. I, by all means, would love to have a up and down debate on some sort of tax package and to get to it. But when you're say, vote for this or we're going to kill Social Security in front of you, to me, that's not a debate. That's a hostage situation. And as you've seen, a lot of us did not respond to that well. We did not view that as a sincere debate or a sincere attempt, and we're willing to stand up to that. I'm going to continue to stand up and resist on that, and I'm going to use whatever motions under the rules that I have to. Again, it's not to derail or take time or waste time on other bills, but if the motion is to kind of keep playing this whack-a-mole of which bill is going to be the tax bill, which bill is going to be the real debate, we can play that game and I'll try and fight you on each step.
1 minute.
If you've got a coalition of 33 who can move a bill forward and you want to announce it and put it on the schedule and all that, let's have the debate. But if we're going to keep tying other bills in, if we're going to hold the budget hostage like we held Social Security hostage, I'm just warning you, the wheels are starting to come off this session. If somebody wants to throw up an adjourn sine die motion this afternoon, I might very well vote for it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I wanted to just talk a little bit in general about where we are on a number of things here in the session, and I certainly appreciated the comments that Senator Breezy and Senator Stinner made early in this discussion this afternoon, and I echo many of those same concerns. We have a very unique opportunity that has been presented to us, and for those of us that have been here through times when we had a little money, times when we had to cut the budget significantly, and now an opportunity to do some things that are transformative for our state, I think it's our obligation and our responsibility to hold to that and make that happen for the citizens of our state. And as Senator Matt Hansen said, I don't like the idea of holding things hostage, one thing for another. But at times, that's the way we do things in here. And there are some big things that we have the opportunity to accomplish. We've talked a lot about the budget. I appreciate the work that the Appropriations Committee has done on the budget. They're spending each day in those hearings and looking at that while the rest of us are doing the other work of the body, which we do. At the end of the day, the mainline budget bill came out of appropriations on a 7-2 vote. I think that's a strong vote showing us the work that they did. In addition, now we have in front of us today LB 1014, the ARPA budget, which, by the way, came out of the Appropriations Committee with a 9-0 vote. And again, I appreciate, as we have heard many times through this discussion, the process that the Appropriations Committee used in weighing out 3 or 4 times more requests for dollars than we had dollars to put out. I appreciate that and recognize that that tells me while I was doing other things and the rest of us were doing other things, they were doing their work that I think we need to support. Tied with that, of course, is the discussion now with the tax situation, which became last Friday LB 825, a different number than we looked at before, but it does encompass not only the tax proposal on the income tax side, the real estate side, but also the Social Security side. And I would argue those are all things that are within our reach of being able to do this session and take a step forward that we have not been able to take during the past number of years that we've been here, and do something pretty substantial. What I recognize when I think about all of these things is that we spend a lot of time talking about our differences and very little time talking about the things that we agree on. And there are a substantial number of things that we agree on. And I believe if we can continue to focus on those, we can build on other things. But in that discussion of the budget and ARPA and the taxes, we can't forget the other significant ingredient that we can make a difference on, and that's LB 920 and sentencing reform. My first 2 years in the body, I had the opportunity to serve on the Judiciary Committee. And for those of us that were here at that point in time, it was much the same discussion that we are having now, except we were focused on LB 605, which we did get across the finish line. For those of us that were here, we had great hope and expectations that that was going to change the direction of the incarceration rates in our state. Doing some things with probation, doing some things with problem-solving courts expansions, doing a number of things. The problem was we didn't bite off the whole apple at that time. We didn't take all of the considerations that were laid on the table. We took most of them, but we left a few off. And at the end of the day, what we had hoped would be the results of 605 didn't materialize. And that reminds me again of a lot of the debate we had over the last week when we were talking about—
Senator.
Did you say time?
Time, Senator. Yes, time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Williams. Senator Albright, you're recognized.
Thank you, President. Now I'd like to talk a little bit more about the bill. I'm going to go into, I believe it was line. Okay, the workforce housing. We have 4 different areas to the tune of $91 million. Okay, I understand that we're talking about affordable housing, rural area housing, NIFA, and the water situation in Lincoln. So again, I don't know if we've even spent the dollars that we have allocated over the last couple of years in workforce housing. Would Senator Williams yield to a question?
Senator Williams, will you yield?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Senator Williams. The last 6 years, we have always funded rural workforce housing. Have we used up all of those funds up until this point?
Yes, we have. We funded 2 rounds. In 2017, we passed $7 million coming out of the Affordable Housing
And do you know
Trust
how many
Fund.
homes were built in the last 6 years with the workforce housing?
It must be approaching 1,000 now across the state. The first amount, the 7 million, built over 800 homes across our state, and they're still being built because of the
Thank you.
revolving nature.
So let me ask you, how many homes do you think will be built in the next 3 years using these funds? And would this be an appropriate appropriation for dealing with the COVID Relief Act?
The funding for the rural workforce housing, as it is in the budget right now, there is a portion that comes from ARPA that was clearly designed to be a result of the COVID portion because of the workforce shortage, the supply chain changes, and the lack of contractors. The other portion of the funding comes from the cash reserve, which doesn't have those same restrictions.
Okay, so you're blending those two.
Yes.
Okay, is it true that somewhere in all of this paperwork that we're trying to absorb, are we building homes for over 300,000 or more in these funds, the 91 million?
The workforce housing or middle income housing bill 518 that we did in 17, and then the bill that we did in 2020, 275,000 was the cap to start with. That moved to 285, and the bill that you will hear later on this moves that cap to 325,000.
Thank you. Again, we have many areas that I have some degree of heartburn with, and I just feel like, yeah, we've got all this money and we just have to get after it, use it in any way, shape, or form. I know the supply and demand chains of a lot of things, building a house, purchasing a car, getting parts just to be able to take care of everyday business. It's not as easy to get today. So we're going to allocate all these funds, and to some of them, they're going to build some new buildings. They're going to be getting after this in ways that it's interesting to think that we have enough employees to do all this work, that we have enough supplies to get it all done.
1 minute.
You know, we're going to be allocating in ways that we have never done before. And to think that some of the, I'm really kind of hung up on these funds that we're going to give to the colleges, because I know their first round of monies that came to them, they couldn't find a way to spend it. So it was use it or send it back. How much of these dollars are we going to have to send back when maybe we could have used it in other places? So we've got some work to do, folks, before we just give an up or down vote on this particular package. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Albright and Senator Williams. Colleague, Senator Brewer would like to welcome 23 seniors from Burwell High School. They are seated in the north balcony. If they would please rise to be welcomed by your Nebraska Legislature. Also, Senator McDonald would like to welcome 26 elementary students from Karen Western Elementary in Omaha. They are also seated in the north balcony. If they would rise to be recognized by our Nebraska Legislature. Thank you all for coming. Returning to debate, Senator Arch, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. When we were going through the ARPA on the first round, I expressed a concern. I'm going to do it again. And that is, and we all have this concern. I'm not unique in this, but that is that we just have to be really careful that we don't build certain things into this budget that then have a life after ARPA funds are gone. And so there's a lot of dollars and there's a lot of language in these bills, and we just have to make sure that it's clear so that the expectations are clear as well as these dollars are distributed. And one of the pieces that I've expressed concern about is specific, and I when I was on the first time, we were talking about premium pay. And that is that the dollars that we provide through ARPA accomplishes what we believe needs to happen, and that is that there needs to be retention, recruitment, rebuild our workforces, get them back into nursing homes, developmental disabilities, child welfare, behavioral health, all the pieces of the social services. That's our intention. So the language that we write into these bills are important. language is important. And in particular, I want to reference, again, I'm back to the ER 155 on LB 1014, page 16. Now here we're talking about specific to skilled nursing facilities, but we have language in other parts of this bill as well for other services in social services. But line 8 on that page says, it is the intent of the legislature that the money paid to the licensed and Medicaid certified nursing facilities pursuant to this section be expended by such facilities for the purpose of enhancing employee recruitment and retention of direct care staff. And so it states intent language. Now, my understanding is we could change that to shall. It shall be used rather than simply intent language. But this is not statute. This is an appropriations bill. And so I just want to, people say put it in the record. I want to put it in the record that what we're doing here is we want these dollars to go to recruitment and retention of staff. That's our intention. It's a strong intention. That is our intention. And so whether that language specifically states that, whether it doesn't specifically, I mean, we could massage this bill for the next year, but the intention is that it's premium pay, that it goes to the recruitment and retention of staff. Now, how would we ever know, right? I mean, that's a whole different question, but how would we know if it was used for that purpose? And so there is some oversight that we'll have to exercise in this, so that later on we find out that it wasn't used for that, but maybe a building was built, or whatever it might be. But we want these dollars to go for that purpose, and I wanted to state that, so that if anybody goes back to look at this, at the record here, that I think the legislature is pretty clear that this is the intention. The intention is that these dollars will end at the end of the prescribed period and are not baked into the ongoing general fund budget. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Arch. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to really speak on a couple of issues here. First of all, I'd like to talk a little bit about the community college situation. And I having Mid-Plains Community College in my district and really in my backyard, I want you to know that if you look at colleges in general, and you look at the western part of the state, and again, I'm going to skip the geography, but North Platte is west central Nebraska. Okay, so you're in west central Nebraska with a community college, and then you've got Chadron State, you've got NCTA, which is a part of the university, the Institute of Agriculture and Natural Resources down in Curtis. Then you're going back to Kearney for UNK, and then you're moving on back east. I can tell you, if you look at the investment that we have in colleges in the eastern sliver of Nebraska, it's huge. Metro's huge because it's in Omaha. But guess where the students come from? When you look at the students at the University of Nebraska, when you look at UNO, when you look at the Med Center, when you look at Metro, you get students from across the state, and they're going there because the facilities are there, the money's there. I can tell you that if I look in North Platte at Mid-Plains, and I look at the fact that they do training, they used to do some training for the railroad. They're doing nursing training. They will do training for sustainable beef once it gets built. They'll be doing training for rail park workers once it gets built. And they don't have the facilities, and they don't have the funding, all of the funding that they would need to really provide that training. Again, it's if you build it, they will come. If you build it, will hold people in that part of the state. And we also have found studies where we find that where you go to college is typically where you may stay for a job. We're trying to hold people in the western part of the state. And we can do that by continuing to invest in those facilities as well. So I urge you to continue to think about not divvying dollars based upon where necessarily the student population is, but where those facilities are at, and continue to reinvest in those facilities, because we'll get the students if we have the facilities there for them to be there. Also want to talk briefly on workforce housing. I would tell you in North Platte, if sustainable beef gets built, 875 jobs. We've got 20 homes on the market today. Okay, North Platte, a town of 25,000, has 20 homes available in the market. We are in a crisis situation in terms of trying to build new homes. Now, I know there's a lot of discussion about how are these homes going to get built. The way they're going to have to get built is we're going to have to bring builders from out of state. They're going to come in and build large tracts of homes. They'll bring people with them. They'll have access to larger materials. There are homes being built here in Lincoln and Omaha, and they're being built because you got large contractors that have access to the supplies and the materials. So the way you do it is, I think Senator Friesen's made this point a number of times. He's correct. There's only so many homes are going to be built. What we're going to influence is where they're going to be built. Not only where they're going to be built in Nebraska, but where they're going to be built in the United States. If we can bring builders from Colorado, Kansas, other places, and bring them to Nebraska, build homes here, those homes will get built here. But we're going to need to be able to make them affordable when we do that. Workforce housing is a huge deal. When you look at what's happened to the cost of housing, we're at a point right now to where you've got to be north of 300,000 if you're going to build a house today. That's where the numbers have taken us. So being able to raise that number on workforce housing is incredibly important as well. I'd also tell you that where North Platte's using the workforce housing is we use a program called Shot in the Arm, where we're giving a grant from our funding. It's actually $840, and we're using that $12,000 per home. We've got 38 remaining slots in this last round, and we don't have any takers right now because of the cost to build this housing. So we are concerned about that in terms of how do we continue to make that happen. And so I would tell you that, and the other thing I would mention as it relates to ARPA funding in general, this money all has to be expended by 2026. I'm very concerned about delaying ARPA funding, because if we delay it, people, once it's been allocated, they've got to make their plans, they've got to allocate everything, start building. With the delays that are out there, every year that goes by is a big delay. So thank you, Mr. President. I'm about out of time, so I'll yield back to you.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Wishart, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise in support of LB 1014 and AM 2534. I do want to echo the words of Chairman Stinner. This weekend I had the opportunity to talk with a lot of colleagues who are working on negotiating different priorities. And, I recognize what happened on Friday was incredibly stressful for those who care deeply about a revenue package coming through, a transformative revenue package coming through in terms of income, property, and Social Security taxes. I can understand the frustration in what occurred on Friday. And then I recognize the drive of those who have been working on LB 920 for years, some of them for years, some of them like Senator McKinney, who live and breathe corrections reform in terms of the constituency that he represents. I understand the drive for them to want to see something come across the finish line. And then we look at the budget and we look at the opportunities to fund some major renovations at Offutt, the opportunities to work on major water projects, as well as funding some of the most vulnerable community members, and the need to get that across. And then, of course, we have the ARPA package today, where when I look at it, and what I see is an incredibly diverse portfolio of funding that represents many different people across the state and their needs, whether it be Grand Island sewer, whether it be an incredible meatpacking opportunity in North Platte, whether it be precious water resources for our capital city. I see a lot of opportunities in ARPA for people to walk back to their districts with the confidence of having really done something this year. And so in all those conversations that I'm having over the weekend, the one thing that I pushed for everybody to understand is there is an opportunity for us all to walk away with success. And it just means that everyone needs to set aside the personal differences that you may have at this time in the session when you feel like you've exhausted all of your relationships and desire to be around one another, we need to set those aside. Step back, listen to others who have something they care deeply about, and find a path forward. And we can all walk away this session having done something very significant for our own districts and for the state of Nebraska. We have that opportunity to do this. The way I see it is all of this is very connected, and it goes back to what Chairman Stinner brought up early today. We have an opportunity with the amount of money and the fiscal stability we are in today to do major transformative tax cuts. And it's not just Social Security and income and property, it's also inheritance tax. And we just recently did a significant step forward with Chairwoman Linehan's leadership on military taxes as well. We have that opportunity. But we also have to think about what are the upfront costs to our state that are staring us down in the face every single day. And as an appropriations committee member who has spent every single year funding more and more prison beds, every single year to the tune of 800 beds, I would like to see us make a significant step forward in corrections reform to reduce those costs, to afford us the ability to do significant revenue costs. These are all items that are attached to each other, colleagues, which is why instead of battling each other, we should be sitting in rooms, as I think is occurring right now as we speak, and negotiating a path forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wishart. Senator Linehan, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's a little revisionist history going on here. I know that happens years later, but we're talking about days later. We did bring the income tax package to the floor, and we couldn't get to the amendment. And somehow that wasn't a horrible thing or a big shock or a secret. And we worked on it, and we had to pull it because a handful of senators wouldn't let us get to our amendment. So what we did Friday was the only way we could figure out how to get to the amendment. We could have done it the regular way. There were people here who would not let us. Now, as far as the big package and the tax cuts, which the Revenue Committee has worked very hard on, and the Appropriations Committee has worked extremely hard on their packages, I don't know if it was like the first day I was here this session, maybe it was the second or third day. I sat in a room with other leadership and we said, here's what we're going to do. And then we've been back and forth, and I spent my time working out a tax package with Ag and the chambers and Senator Lindstrom and Senator Breezy and Senator Friesen, Senator Flood, Bostar, Albright, our whole committee. And we've got several packages that still are like getting left behind here, including my priority. I'm not standing up and saying, oh, we're not going home unless my bill's in the package. This whole idea of 920 wasn't even brought to my attention until maybe, 7 days ago? So you've had a group, there's 9 people on appropriations, 7 people on revenue, 15 people have been working for 50 days, almost 49 days, and to be honest, we all know this, we were working long before we got here on it. And we were chugging along, and Senator Breezy and I sat here with other members of the Revenue Committee and other conservative members and said, oh, I don't like this spending, but I'm okay, it's fine, go. 15%, actually 17% provider rates, really, okay, fine, go. Then we get the ARPA bill, and we're gonna give another 15% for premium pay, okay, go. We didn't get up and scream because we had a deal. And we knew what the deal was because Senator Stinner worked with us every step of the way, as he has said, and he gave us a box to fit a tax package in. And we fit the tax package in the box. And then somehow 5 days ago,
Well, I'm a senator and I didn't get my way. Really? This 920 was never part of the discussions from early on. We could have, I don't know, Megan Hunt could be standing up saying, if I don't get my whatever bill, I'm going to go home mad. I could stand up and say, if I don't get my scholarship tax credit, I'm going to go home mad. Well, I am actually going to go home mad, but I won't blow up the whole thing over it. I mean, really, one senator gets to blow up 15 people's work for the whole time we've got here. One senator gets to blow it up. I don't think that's quite fair to the people who have been working on it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Flood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, good afternoon. I would like the tax bill to pass this session. I would like this bill to pass this session. I'm going to vote for cloture on LB 1014. I am a member of the Revenue Committee, and I am expecting, and that's maybe the wrong word, wanting the tax cut package to pass. And I hate the idea of this bill dying on select file because we can't figure out a way to get the tax cut package passed. I understand the frustration. I understand the angst. I was with my colleagues on the Revenue Committee last Friday when that bill failed on a select file amendment. And I have this part of me that thinks we're going to get that done. But I also have this fear that if this bill dies on select file, in my experience, it doesn't matter if it's a speaker's major proposal or not. The only thing a speaker's major proposal allows you to do is to order the amendments. The time-honored tradition in this legislature is that when a bill dies on cloture, it's done. And so I guess I defer to the speaker, and I know that's been different. I know Speaker Jim Scheer had a situation where the budget died at one stage, and he revived it and resuscitated it the next day, which I can understand that because you have a constitutional obligation to pass a state budget, and it would be irresponsible not to do that. But from where I sit, I hope the negotiations are successful because this bill advancing to final reading still gives opponents a chance to vote against it on the next round. There are a lot of people in this state that have invested a lot of time, not just all of us, in the compromise that's in front of us. And some of the things that I'm excited about as it relates to the work that the Appropriations Committee and all the members have done here are some of the efforts to try and find common ground, to work with some of the housing money. I just talked to representatives outside in the rotunda that were talking about how 4 major prominent bankers in the Lincoln community are working with all these nonprofits to put together an affordable housing strategy that will use these dollars and provide workforce housing in our state's second largest city. I think that's fantastic. I'm pleased about everything that's happening with Star Wars, and it interplays and intertwines with what's happening in this bill as it relates to the ARPA funding. One of the keys in that for me is the idea of doing something really big and successful between Omaha and Lincoln, which has us working with the city of Lincoln as it relates to water sourcing. And there's an opportunity in this bill to continue a lot of that. Like, I would appeal to the people that are negotiating right now to find common ground. I don't think it's in our interest to vote this bill down on select file. I don't think it's efficient or effective. If you feel strongly about not getting a tax cut package done, you can vote against it on final reading. I really feel that, you know, the work of a lot of people put into this and the message it sends, it ripples across the rest of the state to people that watch this process. They know we want tax cuts. I definitely want tax cuts. I would like to see the corporate income tax included in the tax cuts.
1 minute.
Which I know is something that is objectionable to some in here. And I don't want to see it burdened with a bunch of legislative gymnastics around the tax cuts. I want what Senator Breezy proposed on Friday. And I'm hopeful that the people that are talking right now are working toward a solution that allows this to go forward and gets the tax cuts done. And I would tie my vote to those two things, but I would wait until final reading before we do that in hopes that cooler heads will prevail and we can walk through this and find common ground. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Flood. Senator DeBoer, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'd like to ask a couple of just technical questions of Senator Stinner. Would you yield?
Senator Stinner, would you yield?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Senator Stinner. Let's get the timeline down. So if we, when do we have to have these ARPA funds spent by?
I think you have to have them spent, well, you have to have them committed by 2024 and spent by 2026.
What does committed mean and what do we mean by spent? So
Well,
committed means appropriated in
Yeah.
our budget,
yes,
okay? And spent means the dollars actually have to have gone out, or can I have, say, a 5-year contract with someone and I have made the contract, but I haven't spent it all?
let me put it this way. Committed, yes, we have to appropriate the money in order to go to the various places they have to go to. And they're all overseen by agencies. So those agencies then have to make sure that they have committed funds and then spent by a certain time.
So they have to be actually the money out of our coffers completely by 26, is that right?
Yes.
So if we don't appropriate the funds this year, what will the consequences be?
Well, this is time-sensitive money, so it takes a while after appropriating the money for it to get sent to agencies, and many times they have to formulate, for an example, on shovel-ready, they're going to have to formulate some kind of procedure and process, depending on how complex it is. If it's an aid program, generally it just goes straight out. So that would be, those funds would be readily available to go out. Certainly the overseeing of that by the agency, they may have some procedures and processes that they want to put in place. So there's timelines on each individual item here. And certainly the construction ones, as Senator Wayne had talked to, they become even more complex because construction has to be, completed by a certain time. And there's certain reporting requirements, and so it's a little more involved than a normal aid process.
Okay, so we have to get these dollars out as soon as possible, it sounds like. Were you on the Appropriations Committee scrambling to find good projects to fund?
No, we had about $4 billion worth of projects to look at.
And did you reject good projects?
Did we reject good projects? All of them had certainly good projects. Some of them didn't conform to the guidelines, so they were eliminated. But yeah, all the projects seem to have some merit to them, yes.
So do you have any reason to believe that if we waited a year, we would find better uses for this money?
I would never say that. No, I think because of the time sensitivity of it, the governor has agreed that we would put these out in two tranches. One is the 520 that we have, and then the funds that we may get, possibly even in, as far as June, would then be also appropriated and could go out.
And how long did you all when did you first solicit projects for these funds?
Now, we actually had, Senator Wishart had an LR, and I think it was October. We met and had 55 different folks come in at the hearing and express an interest in ARPA funds.
Okay, so you've been working at this for a long time.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Stinner. Colleagues, I understand the concern that folks might have about spending a big chunk of money all at once. Nevertheless, I think what we have here are transformational opportunities to recover an economy that could have gone very badly if we didn't come in and try to revitalize parts of it. The committee has spent a significant amount of time, and these dollars have an end date to them. They have an expiration date. I don't think we're just throwing money at projects. As you heard, we had about 4 times as many requests as we could actually fund. So I'm going to support this bill, and I hope you will join me. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer and Senator Stinner. Senator Coulterman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 1014 and AM 2584. I'd like to talk a little bit about the concerns that people have about community colleges getting $60 million. The $60 million that we have in place came from the governor. Actually, the governor asked for $90 million. That's his bill, $90 million. When it got to appropriations, we cut it to $60 million. And as far as going equally to each of the schools, that's a request that the community colleges had worked out. All of those dollars are going to take care of things that they haven't been able to do, their one-time spends. Things like equipment. Sometimes, in some instances, there's going to be some buildings built, but it's things that they haven't been able to do under their 2 cents for capital construction. I'd like to remind the body that these institutions train workers for many of the H3 occupations in the state. High demand, high skill, and high wage jobs. We have registered and licensed practical nurses, dental assistants, radiology technologists, heavy and tractor trailer truck drivers. The list could go on and on. This, if you hear nothing else from me today, which you probably can hardly hear me, 86% of these graduates, 86% of these graduates stay in the state of Nebraska, in the districts where they're getting educated. So for us to not fund this under ARPA would be a big mistake. Community colleges play a key role in this state. They enroll a large number of students. And for every dollar that we spend, we get a $2.20 return on investment. With that, I'll yield my time to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Coulterman. Senator Friesen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I think we're getting a pretty good discussion going here. I hope it isn't looked at when I'm talking about the bill. I'm looking at it from a little different perspective than anybody else. But I look at a little bit what we're doing at the federal level and what we're doing with those dollars. And at the federal level, of course, we've borrowed every last one of these dollars, but we are the cause of the inflation. With the federal government pouring this much money out and spending, and the states pouring money out in spending, we are driving up the cost of everything. We keep talking about housing and everything else, workforce development, community colleges, and I love community colleges. I'm a graduate of community colleges. I think more kids should go to community colleges instead of the university. There's a lot of trades out there that need people. But when we're trying as a legislature to pick the winners and losers, we seem to always screw it up. It seems as though businesses should be talking more to the community colleges, and I like what Metro has done, and they seem to react really quickly to what businesses want. They have been what I would call the model community colleges that I would like to see. They're a quick response to business. They react readily. They're willing to create any program that businesses come up and ask them to create. And I think they do a good job of getting the students in there and out of there with an education ready to go to the workforce. But right now, we just are short of people. And all of these programs that we're doing is not going to create any more people. Companies right now are scrambling to hire workers, and they're pulling out all the stops. They don't need incentive to do this. They have enough incentive. They don't have workers, and so they're stealing them from other businesses. They're doing whatever it takes, and in a way now we're trying to enter into that fray and help them choose winners and losers by incentivizing some of the workforce training. Companies are pretty smart. They'll figure it out themselves. But we're putting a tremendous amount of resources into the community colleges. I don't know that, if they've been lax in their maintenance and everything, us shoveling money in there for one-time fix doesn't fix their ongoing long-term problem, if that's the case. I'm sure everyone, would love to have new buildings and new programs and stuff, but if businesses aren't asking for it, then I don't know if there's a need to say that we should now inject funding into it. But again, I think some of the community colleges have done a great job, and some not so much. But to say we're going to pour more money into there and solve our workforce issues, it's not true. We don't have enough people. We've been short of people even pre-pandemic. And either there's a couple of choices here. Either people are staying home of their own choice, they've quit looking for work, and so they're no longer a member of our workforce. It looks like from the numbers I see, our labor participation numbers are right up there pre-pandemic, probably a little higher. So it tells me people are working. And unless we attract more people to come into the state, we are going to be short of workforce for businesses for the foreseeable future. And I'm not sure how any of this spending changes that. I look at the opportunities that businesses provide to people now that they're trying to attract, and they're telling me they're willing to send them to school and pay them while they're going to school. They're willing to take interns and then let them take off and finish their school. Most businesses are doing the right thing, and they're doing it on their own. So when we talk about trying to solve some of the issues here, I'm not sure that some of this is going to solve the issues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Senator Matt Hansen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon again, colleagues. I guess, colleagues, in terms of kind of the grand scope of things, I'm genuinely a little bit unsure on who's negotiating what with who for what. I personally don't necessarily feel like I have been asked or have anybody at whatever literal or metaphorical table exists out there. I understand the votes are such that, again, if you don't need me to vote for something, you don't need me to vote for something. But again, I'm kind of concerned to hear that there's negotiations ongoing and that maybe that we even need to stall for time on this bill to figure out things that we could have figured out all session. A couple points to address. One, just to be clear, I guess I am going to support cloture in LB 1014, and I will support cloture on the other budget bills as well, despite not supporting the underlying bills most likely. And the reason I'm doing that is to, I guess, just keep the session moving forward as a sign of good faith. To me, sometimes I'm able to vote against something without filibustering it, as surprising as that might be to some. And I want to be clear that for me, I'm not throwing up any roadblocks on the tax package because of an unrelated bill. I'm trying to stop components of the tax package because they're components of the tax package, because we are giving away so much revenue to the corporate giveaway. And I understand there's plenty of people who want that, and that's going to, for me, be the end of the day. One of us is going to win or lose. We're going to run out of time. Something's going to happen. But I'm not stalling on the tax package. I'm not doing anything on the tax package except for my opposition to the corporate giveaways in the tax package. I would love to see some other tweaks, including incorporating more people into the income tax cut, because we talk about it being a middle-class income tax cut and ignore the huge portion of the middle class that doesn't qualify. But that's its own issue on its own day. The other thing is, and I want people to highlight it because this perked my interest, is when We talked about priorities were set at the beginning of the session. Senator Linehan talked about meeting with a group and picking out priorities at the beginning of the session. I'm not sure what that group is, and I'm not sure what power that group had to decide the priorities for session. And maybe that group not being representative of all of the political views on this floor is an indication of some of the trouble we're getting into later on. I genuinely don't know what that was referenced, and I certainly, had I had a vote at the table, what priorities do I have at session, I would not have necessarily picked the priorities that have been listed. For me, there are plenty of things that we have. And I'm bringing up all these points because when we talk about process, we talk about it was settled at the beginning of the year, we're going to trade the budget ARPA for taxes. It's like, I wasn't privy to that trade. You can't get upset at me for not being a part of a trade I didn't know exist until you announced it on the floor 10 minutes ago. These are all the pieces that are getting pieced together around me, and I'm sitting here under the balcony listening to people give floor speech talking about some negotiation I've never heard of happening, or some deal or some meeting, and it's like, wow, I can only imagine what the public at home trying to follow what this body's trying to do. If I, as sitting senator, can just basically have the best guess of looking at the agenda, looking at the amendments filed, and trying to figure out where to go. And I am not begrudging anybody from having strategy sessions. I know we all do that. We all talk and all the sorts of things. But when it's announced as like a definitive, like we decided at the beginning, I'm not sure who that is. I'm not sure who that's representative of. And I'm not sure what makes people think that that's going to sway my vote or change my vote. I have some serious concerns on some of these packages, and we'll keep advocating for that. Again, if you can get some votes around me, I understand that. But I'm not stalling. I'm not trying to get time. I'm not trying to leverage one bill to another. I just want to make sure that when we have the tax bill, like I get my good college try to take out the provisions that I'm opposed to and change the provisions that I'm kind of neutral on for the better. That's what I'm trying to do. And now this is rolled into tax rate. It was not necessarily what I wanted to talk about. When I punched my light, I was going to talk about rental assistance. So maybe I'll punch in my light again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Matt Hansen. Senator Vargas, you are recognized.
Thank you very much. I wanted to chime in, actually talk about housing a little bit. I appreciate part of the conversation that's happened and some good questions from Senator Albright and from Jacobson and Williams. There's one really high level outcome that did come out of the committee. And I would say one of them was we had very compelling hearings about housing on several bills that were introduced. And I think it was very abundantly clear that one, there was a need that happens both across urban and rural and everything in between. And not only was it necessary and needed, we had pretty broad support from the chamber. We had realtors, we had bankers, we had the Lincoln and Omaha chamber. The reason I bring that up, and then developers and nonprofits alike, the reason I bring that up is because one of the solutions we wanted to try to move forward on was working on a package. It's something that I worked on with the committee, is trying to make sure there was some balance to some urban and rural, and also making sure that it's things that we know work. There's some things that you see in here for rural workforce housing, which is a very effective program that has existed for some time. The planning committee has done reports on the effectiveness and the need and the return on investment, so it's abundantly clear. And so if you ever have any questions about that, Senator Williams is obviously an advocate for it, since it was his bill, his baby. He got through the finish line. And the urban one is very similar and is something that we worked on about 2 years ago, that I hope is going to be something that we can invest into the North and South Side recovery program. But I say that because it was intentional. And the other parts of this was also the 4% and 9% low-income tax credit, gap financing portion, which was Senator McDonald bringing a bill trying to make sure that we invest in projects that are not yet done or have gotten more expensive, and making sure we have enough funds to then be able to bridge the financing for these affordable housing projects across the state. So I say that because that's another part of this project, as well as just regular workforce housing and making sure we're meeting the needs of our community. So that's how this came about. We had amazing hearings, and I also want to thank the philanthropic community that has done so much to leverage our affordable housing program dollars, from our Affordable Housing Trust Fund to obviously the work that KNIFE has been doing, to the work that our real estate, our realtors and bankers have been doing to better leverage affordable housing and first-time home ownership, and the work that's been done through our workforce housing programs. So I say that because I think it's good that we invest in things that we know work in this instance, that aren't new programs, which is largely what this has been. And so I wanted to make sure that was clear, because I know there's some questions about that. And, it is also in alignment with what the governor had put forward about, I think 60-70% of these funds were for programs and suggestions that the governor also supported. So I think there's some clear alignment. And so I wanted to make sure that was crystal clear. On the other side of workforce, we talk about community college workforce. We talk about the workforce in terms of the dual credit programs. Listen, I just think this is an opportunity to make sure it's really clear that we want to make sure we're getting people into higher paid wage jobs and upskill them. This isn't a new thing, but what is new is whether or not economic recovery includes getting people back into the workforce, and I think it does. And that was a really great conversation we had in Appropriations Committee about bridging that gap. And so that is why we put the dollars in there, because we have great partnerships with some of our community college institutions and our high schools that are trying to get people into these higher paid jobs quicker, where they can do with a few years of college credit while they're in high school, and then be able to curb some costs here and get for sooner, not later. So I want to make sure that was clear. Outside of all the other, I think, a balanced approach that we have here still. I want to support all those that support us on cloture the first time around, and asking you to support us on cloture again, because, again, many of us introduced bills that did not see the light of day in this, especially those of us on committee. But what we tried to do was think about the greater state of Nebraska, obviously, and where should we be investing the dollars that's going to grow and economically recover, not only for North and South Omaha, clearly, which is what we set aside funds for that, but also when we're talking about growing our state and the immediate needs for our workforce, for our economy, for jobs, for businesses, small to large. And I just want to thank the committee for working on that and ask for your support on cloture on this.
Time,
Thank you.
Senator. Thank you, Senator Vargas. Senator Slama, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. I appreciate the debate on LB 1014. I am opposed to AM 2584, respectfully. But I have learned a lot from debate today, and this may be a situation where I end up changing my position from the first round to the second round, just because I think we have had a really substantive debate on what's in ARPA, how it's going to be administrated. This is one of the biggest expenditures in Nebraska state history, and I understand that it's federal dollars, but we have a duty to our taxpayers to make sure that it's being spent in a responsible way. And I say that because I hear a lot from my constituents. All the time I hear from them. I knocked 13,000 doors during my election campaign. I've held dozens of town halls in literally every community, big or small, in my district. I've had thousands of conversations with the people of District 1, so Southeast Nebraska. And I've never, not once ever heard anyone raise their hand in any of these conversations and go, you know what? I think the government isn't spending enough of our money. I would love to give you more money for the government to spend because you guys are just so great at it. You should spend more of it. I've never heard that. We are at 0.0% of my constituents have ever told that to me. But you know what I do hear an overwhelming majority of the time? It's that my taxes are too high. Why do I pay Social Security taxes when none of our surrounding states pay Social Security taxes? Why are my income taxes so high when I could just move across the border and pay less? Why do I bother running my farm here on the border of Nebraska when I can just buy land across the river in Missouri or Iowa or Kansas and pay less? Right now, we're in a part of session where we're staring down the barrel of spending $1.7 billion. That is B with the billion, and $0 of direct tax relief. And honestly, as we talk about investing in our state. And these expenditures are investments. And this is like a line that the federal government has used. And now it's like trickling down to the state level. I think the best investment our state can make is giving those excess dollars back to the people in tax relief and investing in projects that generate more tax relief down the road. And when it comes to LB 1014, Senator Linehan and a few others have outlined some pretty valid concerns and concerns I share in terms of how LB 1014 is going to be operated. I'd like to see firmer lids and hard caps on administrative costs. I'd like to see more accountability and not see this money be spent with JPAs, which we're starting to see expand across the state and greatly increase the power of government in taxing authority in some of our areas in the state. So I'm still listening to debate on LB 1014, but I do have some very serious concerns at this point that I hope can be addressed through amendments. I hope we can get through AM 2584 and get to some cleanup amendments on 1014 so we can get this in the best shape it can be in, because we, at the very least, we owe that to our constituents and to our taxpayers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Erdman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was waiting for my turn, wondering what might be the subject. Senator Vargas prompted my memory about workforce housing. We had his bill 1252 in front of the Revenue Committee, or Appropriations, excuse me. And I believe that bill was 20 million. We wound up agreeing to 40 and he winds up getting 50. And we passed over that in the committee because we were going to use that as a housing package at the end. And I've spoken about this on several occasions before. And so as we are wrapping up our afternoon on that Saturday, he presented the housing package, which was his bill LB 1252. And then also included in that was Senator McDonald's 1041. And that was, they adjusted that back to 21 million. We included Senator Dorn, his 8 million, actually 10 million for refugee housing. And then we also included Senator Williams' 1070, which was the workforce housing legislation. So when we did all that and we finished up, we had 170 million or something in that range left. And that would have been a great package to bring to the floor. But because of the housing package passed, that took 50 million, 150 million and left 20. And then Senator Wishart dropped in a bill that was an amendment from another committee of 20 million for water source for Lincoln. And so I bring it to your attention that 3 of those bills that we had passed, Senator McDonald's 1041, Dorn's 968, and Williams 1070, didn't have the necessary votes to make it for discussion in the Appropriations Committee, but they seemed to make it to the floor. I have voted no on every workforce housing bill that has ever come before this body. I have never been able to figure out why the government should build houses. Never have been able to figure that out. If the local contractor or investor finds it not to be economically feasible to build a house, why is it the obligation of the state to do that? Never understood that. So I voted no every time on every workforce housing bill. The other issue, and it was brought up earlier by Senator Albright, we have added, if this bill passes, we have added 500 million at least to our budget on continuing appropriations. Say what you will about it being a one-time appropriations, it is not. And if just 1/2 of this $1.04 billion becomes an ongoing appropriation, Senator Lowe, next time we do a budget, we will have to figure out how to get 500 million more. I don't know how many times I have to say that. I must have said that. This must be at least about the 10th time I've said that. It's a truth. But we continue to go ahead and spend this money as if we have no repercussions later on, and we will. And then when that happens, I'll make a little note to myself to remember to say, I told you so. But that's exactly what's going to happen. Senator Friesen fairly described to you what's happening with workforce. We don't have the people. No matter how much money we give for training.
1 minute.
And how much money we spend on what we think is going to improve workforce people, it's not going to work. We don't have the people. So this is where we're at. So that last 170 million was peculiar to me. But that's the way things work around here. So when people have concerns about this bill, I can understand why. Because I was on the Appropriations Committee and I have questions about how that happened. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator McAllister, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I support LB 1014 and AM 2584. I also respect the process that we've undergone to get where we are now. The Judiciary Committee, the Revenue Committee, and the Appropriation Committee have done a great job. And I think all those committees represent the body as a whole, particularly the Appropriations Committee. And I respect the philosophy that the committee and Chairman Stinner have employed to order the priorities that they've come up with. What will the final outcome be, do you think? I think it's likely to be something like the LB 1107 process that we saw a couple years ago, and it included a grand bargain. What will that grand bargain include? Well, certainly will include tax reductions. We definitely need the Social Security tax reduction. We need to reduce those income tax rates. We don't compare favorably with other states. I know that to be true. And we have additional work to get done on property tax reform. But I also think that it needs to include LB 920. It's a problem that's been facing this legislature for decades, and the time has now come to deal with that as well. We need to deal with sentence reform. We need to deal with jamming out. We need to deal with parole reform. My golly, you might have read the newspaper story in the World Herald about how few times the parole committee has met full force. They can't seem to get enough members to attend a meeting to parole the people that need to be paroled. And those, my golly, those people make more than $80,000 a year, and they can't make a meeting once a month. There's something wrong here. And that needs to be part of the bill that we deal with in 920. So I hope the grand bargain will occur. It needs to occur. We need the tax relief. We need the property tax relief. And we certainly need to deal with LB 920. Thank you, Mr. President. Oh, sorry, the balance of time to Senator Dorn.
Senator Dorn, you are yielded 2 minutes 30.
Thank you, Senator McAllister. Wasn't going to get up and talk on this bill, but as we go about the discussion, as we went about Friday's discussion over the weekend, I'm sure many senators had the same thing I did. We had a lot of phone calls, a lot of visiting about what went on Friday and about what was going to be before us this week. It's just, to me, troubling, I guess, that we are where we're at. I keep asking myself, will this get worked out? Will we get some of these things across the finish line, what I think are so critically important for this state in the next 3 to 5 years? And one of those being some kind of tax relief. But also the budget and the ARPA. I think the ARPA funding, I mentioned it last week, I think the boost to our economy the next 3 to 5 years is going to be just like the CARES funding in that. People worry about, I call it the overall revenue. Is that going to be there? There are so many things in the last 2-3 years from, I call it the federal government. Yes, it is our money. It's whatever money you want to call it, but that have been infused into our economy. And when you look at the numbers as they come out, our strong revenue that we've had, both income tax and sales tax, it shows how strong our economy is. It all of these things that are going really strong. Yes, will there be hiccups? There always is along the way.
1 minute.
But in the bigger picture and the broader term picture, and that's what I always like to look at or try to get a good handle on, in the longer term picture, we are very, very solid financially. If you would have told us 4 years ago when we had 300 million in the rainy day fund, that we would be at a point where we have 1.75 billion in the rainy day fund, and that we would then sit here and argue about that money and this money, I think people would have laughed at all of us. Colleagues, we need to work this out. We need to get together and have something done. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dorn and Senator McAllister. Senator Breezy, you are recognized.
Question.
I will rule that out of order. We have 4 members in the queue who have not spoken yet. Moving back to debate, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for ruling out of order. I have not spoken on this, and I think it is important for everybody to have an opportunity to speak at least once on such a major proposal, and so I appreciate that. I will echo some of the statements that Senator Matt Hansen has made today. There seems to be some grand compromise happening, but the people that keep saying that there's a grand compromise happening haven't really indicated what that is and who's involved. So it's a little bit confusing. Those of you watching at home, I'm just as confused as you probably are because I don't know what people are trying to compromise on. I know that any attempts that I have made to compromise on things that I've opposed this session have been unmet, not even rejected, just there's not been a willingness to come to the table and talk about any of the concerns I have with some of the tax and revenue policies. So it's frustrating. I think everybody's getting frustrated with one another. I'm frustrated. There's lots of things in the ARPA package that I don't agree with, but there's also things that are really important to do for people as it relates to COVID relief. And so while I'm not thrilled by the package, I understand the need to move it forward, and the people of Nebraska deserve to have these dollars distributed to them. When we get federal dollars, just like any taxes that you want to give back to the people of Nebraska, these are taxpayer dollars. And if you aren't moving these forward to go back into the hands of Nebraskans, you're essentially doing exactly what you think people who don't support your tax cuts are doing. You are denying the people of Nebraska their right to their tax dollars. Plain and simple. The only way we as state senators can reallocate federal income tax dollars to the people of Nebraska is to authorize the state to use them for the people of Nebraska. There's been a lot of people standing up here and grandstanding on what a vote means. I'm not going to tell you, colleagues, what your vote means here. You can decide for yourself what your vote means. I'm voting for this because it provides much needed relief for developmental disability provider rates. It provides much needed relief for nursing home provider rates. Nursing homes across the state are closing their doors. I don't need any more data. I don't need any more proof. The people of Nebraska have spoken. They are hurting. The people in rural Nebraska are hurting because they don't have the workforce to take care of their nursing homes, and they can't afford to pay people. This isn't abstract. And this isn't about my constituents or your constituents. This is about the people of Nebraska are hurting. But if you want to punish me for not voting for your whatever that was on Friday, monstrosity of $1 billion thought to the future of the state of Nebraska,
1 minute.
then that's your prerogative. But the people of Nebraska are hurting. And these tax dollars, just like the rental assistance tax dollars that the governor is denying the people of Nebraska, just like the SNAP, it's all, you just keep wanting tax cuts. And you keep saying that that's what the people want. Yeah, if you ask the people, like, do you want me to cut your taxes? Sure, I want you to cut my taxes. But if you say, but that means that I can't give you rental assistance or childcare subsidies or access to food pantries, like you list off all the things you're giving up, they'd be like, well, I mean, thank you for the tax cut, but those things are important too. Those things are important too. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Wayne, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. This is my first time speaking today. I've been actually trying to get caught up on a little bit of work. So I have an amendment that's not up yet. I rise in support of AM 2584. My amendment will hopefully come up, but basically, here's my fear of what's going to happen with the ARPA dollars. The legislature is going to appropriate to committees, or agencies, and commissions and those types of things. And they're going to spend the money without a thorough analysis of whether the projects actually qualify, whether the ideas behind what the legislature is doing actually qualifies. And the reason that concerns me is because we'll have a new governor next year. And whoever is governor, if the agencies fail to do a thorough job of analyzing each project and analyzing each qualification, they're just going to turn around and say, well, the legislature told us to do it. And there's no accountability whatsoever. So I hopefully have an amendment that comes up that deal with that issue. But for the colleagues for colleagues sitting in the room and people who are at home, what you see going on today is a direct result of term limits. See, big ideas in this body are hard to accomplish in eight years. Now, I was fortunate enough before I got here being the president of a school board and actually making some legislative changes to the school board. I spent 2 years down here, one with the filibuster and one without, on changing the size of Omaha Public Schools school board. So I met a lot of people. So when I came to the body my freshman year, I knew a lot of people. But if you're coming in as a brand new senator, it takes a year or two to build the relationship. But we had COVID the last 2 years, so there wasn't a whole lot of interaction outside of this body to where you could have a coffee, have a drink, have some pizza, have a salad, and have a conversation. So the people you know typically are in the same group of thought process because you kind of knew them for running from office. So when you have a big idea, it takes 3 or 4 years. You have to look no farther than Inland Port Authority that I've introduced every year that finally got through last year, that only applied to rural because that's where the greatest need was. But it was originally 5 years ago to go to Omaha, particularly North Omaha around the airport. But that big idea took a long time. So what you have is tax packages, criminal justice reform, all of those things that if you just took $50 million a year, then over 8 years, you got a significant package. But you don't know if you can get it done. So when the iron is hot, when you have the funds, you try to jump on it and use every tactic you can because you're done. You don't have time to say, hey, next year, let's put a committee together and let's move the dial a little bit more this way. You don't have time to say, hey, let's do that. I mean, my first year, I found myself here every night, particularly with Senator Friesen and Hughes, having conversations. That's how I hopefully built that relationship. But if you don't have that time and you're confined by term limits, oh, and by the way, if you have a family, you're going back home to work every day, then you can't build a relationship to build trust to have a big idea. That's one of the biggest problems is the relationship piece in this body. You just don't have the time. So you try to figure out how to get it done as fast as you can, as quick as you can, to make sure you accomplish the goals that you came here for.
1 minute.
And that takes legitimately 6 years. So you hope somewhere in the last 1 year beginning and 1 year at the end, or somewhere you got 2 years to play with, you don't get caught down in a topic that can drag out for 2 years, because then you're out of time. So I hope the executive board, who has a bill to deal with three term limits, or maybe we can do 2 6-year terms, I hope that bill gets to the floor and we can have a conversation, because I think it's important for the voters to understand what we're seeing is more partisanship. And the reason we're seeing that, I believe, is because we don't have time to build a relationship. And so you're looking at big ideas that take a long time to move across the aisle, because we just can't build the trust that is needed in the first 4 years to get something done. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Matt Hansen, you are recognized. This is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. So earlier when I was talking about I wasn't quite sure who was negotiating with who with what, I took a couple of laps around the first floor of this building and found that about as informative as anything, just to see the different people talking in different places. And alongside some conversations under the balcony, I think I at least have an idea of what's going on. But again, that's something that I had to go take the initiative to seek out to go do. And that's, I guess, on all of us. But when people get up on the microphone and act up as matter of fact or clear, or this negotiating is happening, or we're working on something, it's not always clear to the members of the body. And I still don't even necessarily know what the kind of broad terms of the agreement are going to be, and whether it'll be something I support. Again, a lot of these issues are already pretty close, so a few votes one way or the other. You don't need to get unanimous, you just need to get filibuster proof or veto proof, depending upon the issue. I did want to talk about, just to clarify, I've been meaning to do this. This has come up ever since we passed rental assistance LB 1073 on final reading last week. I passed out a letter to everybody. I also kind of sent it to the media. A few sources have picked it up. But the 1073, the emergency rental assistance, being adopted without the E-clause does mean that unless the governor of his own volition kind of decides to apply today or tomorrow, we are going to miss the March 31 deadline. I want to be very clear. The March 31 deadline was the last day we could guarantee a receipt of all of the funds, not of any funds. So future efforts to go and get the emergency rental assistance funds will still be important, even if they're not necessarily being issued this week. We've confirmed with the Department of Treasury that there is a minimum number of, I believe, just over $50 million that Nebraska can get, including if we apply over the summer or if we apply through some other method. And I want to just really reaffirm, this is not an a significantly burdensome application. There's not a lot of stuff we have to prove. As far as I could tell, I think it's literally, a one-page letter and a bank routing information. It is not if that. It is not a burdensome process to apply. And these funds have the flexibility to both be used for emergency rental assistance, utility assistance, some of the other things that were initially even proposed to be components of LB 1014. That is money that we, the state of Nebraska, are frankly just leaving on the table. Maybe we can get some of it in the future. I think our vote last week probably knocked some money off the top that we'll just never get back. And again, that's a policy decision we can make in the legislature. I can stomach, I'm disappointed, but I can stomach, and I'm not necessarily going to use that as leverage or collateral payback on another issue. But I do want to talk about, when we talk about kind of a misuse of priorities on LB 1014, we're spending money in the wrong situation, we're allocating it wrong, we're spending it too fast, all of these things. There's other pool of resources out there that we could have used, even if we wanted to sit on for a while and figure out how to use better in the future, we could have accepted. And so if individuals, especially individuals who didn't support that or aren't continuing to support that when we have a chance, are upset about how ARPA is allocated, I just remind you that we had literally kind of a separate opportunity to fund some of the things that had been in the ARPA proposals in addition to rental assistance on their own. That was there. That is still technically there should the governor sign that bill and apply. It is still technically there. I think we have some other avenues as well. But again, when we're talking about priorities at the state, when I see something like that,
1 minute.
thank you. And I don't mean this in a way of there's going to be retribution or change or whatever, but some of these floor speeches to me do ring kind of hollow when I see people who were opponents of that bill not willing to support that bill, to kind of just reject the money outright, not even give us an opportunity to collect it, to reject that money outright, to then all of a sudden be upset about how different appropriations go, to me is just disappointing. I'll just leave it there. With that, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Stinner, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the legislature, I just wanted to get up once more and try to distill out, or at least tell you about a strategy that we incorporated, that we looked at in the Appropriations Committee as it relates to provider rates. I think that's been discussed several times here. I want to give you a little bit of an insight into what we were looking at. Obviously, 24/7 facilities and some of the pay increases that were instituted at the state level to attract and retain did carry over into the session, and it was a fairly good size ask. As we looked at the various areas for providers, we chose nursing homes, DD, child welfare, and behavioral health, and all of them unique in their own regards. But let's just talk about the nursing home side of things. Nursing homes right now will be getting $20 per Medicaid bed under the governor's program. Actually, the math comes out to about where we're at today with that 15-20% increase in nursing home rates. So we took a look at boosting the base pay, the base of nursing homes reimbursement by 15%. The other part of this is the premium pay, and we call it premium pay because I didn't want it to be base pay in the nursing homes. In other words, if you put it in, if they start to use it as base pay, then everybody gets hooked, and then they have this cliff effect at the end of the third year. So we were very careful, and actually HHS came to us and said, you're using the wrong terminology. It needs to be this terminology, and that's what we used. And it's really for attracting and retaining bonuses and attracting the certified staff, because there's two problems that have happened in the nursing homes. One of them is certified staff, which we heard about certainly in the Mullen situation, but we also have a reduction in census. The number of people that have come in have slowed down, certainly during the COVID situation. Obviously, COVID impacted their numbers as well. So they have two primary problems: census being low to try to build, they need to build the census up. And obviously then they have to have staff in order to build that census up. So with this 15% plus the 15% in premium pay, we felt like that at least could get their frontline people up to a wage of that $18 to $20 an hour, similar to what we were doing with the state 24/7. It did work. As you look at the Kearney Hospital for the vets, it did work in that situation. Those pay raises did attract the staff that they need to fully employ it. So that gave me comfort that this was probably the right strategy for us. But now we have a little bit of a step down. My hopes are that base pay goes up by 2% and supplements that so that we don't have a cliff effect at the end of that. But it buys us time to step that base pay up to get to a level where certainly the nursing homes, especially in the rural areas, can survive. Under DD, there's a 35% vacancy rate with the DD. I know my providers are short on people. 100% turnover in staff over a 2-year period of time. So their frontline people were making between $12 and $13 an hour. So our folks, we sat down and we looked at a 30% increase across the board, and that's on $13. We get them to $16.90, which make them competitive with the McDonald's and some of the other competing factors. So that's what we really concentrated on there, is to try to get base pay at 15%, get them halfway there, and then obviously use provider rates for premium pay so that they could utilize that to attract and to retain the staff that they have to fill those holes. Child welfare, we kind of talked about. Obviously, the governor's folks use the provider rates language in the ARPA bill, but that was a mechanism to get those dollars out. If we don't do something at the end of those 2 years, it would fall back to the original amount. So that 15% pay increase also was there with obviously some of the ARPA money. Behavioral health was a little bit different animal because there was money there. The problem is switching between programs. So we gave a base increase of 15% on the rate side to force some money out to them, but also tried to say, hey, you can't continue to hold within 5 or 6 programs dollars in one program and no dollars in another. You should be switching those programs back and forth. That was the language that's actually in the bill in order that we have behavioral
Time,
health
Senator.
staffing. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Stinner. Senator John Kavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. There we go. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of AM 2584 and LB 1014, and I appreciate what Senator Stinner was just talking about in the process. And generally, like a lot of people, you know, I had my opinions about how this money should be spent and on specific projects, and I suggested one project that ultimately wasn't funded. And I think a lot of people had suggestions of things where they thought the money should go and that they thought clearly qualified for the American Rescue Plan Act funds, and were, I guess, disagreed, disappointed with the outcome. But ultimately, you can't make the decision on individual things. You can't throw out the whole program, all of the expenditures that the Appropriations Committee did and all that work, because I disagree with one particular decision. And so that's why I'm supporting 1014, and I will support it going forward, because overall, I think that they made the overall right decision, even though I disagree with a few specifics, and I don't think anybody should be totally happy with any decision. Nobody got everything they wanted, and nobody got nothing, I guess. And as Senator Sinner just talked about, all of the expenditures for healthcare, for provider rates, and those things are important, and they are specifically important because of what this money is meant to be for, which is addressing the issues that arose as a result of the coronavirus, the COVID-19 pandemic, and access to healthcare, availability of hospital beds, availability of providers is part of that, and is a hugely important aspect. And again, a lot of people have talked about, Senator Erdman actually, I think, made a good point that some of these will probably become ongoing expenditures. I don't think there's any question that some of the things that we spend this money on, though not intending to become ongoing expenditures, are going to become ongoing expenditures. And one of the reasons for that will be that we are spending this money purposefully as one-time spends, and it's structured to be that way. But some of the things that we're doing as one-time spends are good ideas. And once they get spent, we do that, we will see the positive results of spending it that way. And when somebody comes back and makes the case that we should fund it through general funds, they will have the evidence of what happened here with these expenditures from ARPA, and be able to say, this is what happens when we spend this money in this way, and we get a positive result. And that's a good thing. If we have evidence of positive results, that is an argument to spend money in a specific way. And that is I would say, an evidence-based, logical approach to appropriation. So I think, though Senator Erdman said it as a negative thing, I think it could be a positive thing. I do agree that if we end up having an argument to increase expenditures by about $500 million a year, that would put us in a bad position. But I think we would have to make a determination on a case-by-case basis of which programs bring value to the state of Nebraska and whether that's an appropriate expenditure. So again, I support the overall package, even though I disagree with some specific portions of it, and do wish that there were some other things that were put into it that weren't included. And I've heard lots of people make that case about things that they think should have been included and were not. But again, that's not an argument to vote against the entire bill just because we didn't get everything we wanted. Everybody didn't get everything they wanted. I don't think if somebody here got everything, thank you, Mr. President. If somebody here got everything they wanted out of ARPA, I'd like to hear it. But I think that that overall, it's as a complete package is a successful expenditure of this money and is a logical, reasonable way to approach this. And so I appreciate the work of the Appropriations Committee, and I will vote for both this amendment and for the bill when it comes to that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hunt, you are recognized to speak. Senator Hunt on the floor. I do not see Senator Hunt. We will pass on to Senator Breezy. You are recognized, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon again, colleagues. I heard it suggested earlier that the tax package was not a compromise, but man, it was a compromise. And that's why it's all tied together. And there were some very substantial negotiations went into that. The marriage of the income tax provisions, both of the income tax provisions to the 1107 fix, and then the additional 1107 credits relative to community college taxes paid. And then considerable negotiations and discussions were undertaken relative to the 5% cap. And so if that wasn't a compromise, what we did there, I really don't know what is. Yes, maybe not everybody was a party to it, but typically that's not the case anyway. And I heard some concerns about the corporate tax provisions in the tax package. We need to remember that those corporate tax rates are important. You know, the corporate rates are a part of a corporation's cost structure, and reducing those rates improves the cost structure, which can benefit Nebraska consumers. It can benefit the employees of those corporations. It can benefit Nebraska shareholders. And as it benefits corporations, it will attract more businesses to do business in our state, and competition is good. It's good for consumers. It's good for Nebraskans. So those corporate, plus it improves our rankings, which is important as we try to encourage businesses to come here. So we need to remember, though, what really is at stake here. When you look at that tax package, this tax package is going to prevent a $200 million property tax increase on everyday Nebraskans, your constituents and mine. It's extremely important that we get that done. This package is also going to provide, within 5 years, another $195 million a year in the form of tax relief. That is extremely important to all Nebraskans. It's also going to help us reduce our extremely high marginal income tax rates, and that's important as we try to attract residents, businesses, and grow our state. And we can't forget the tax break that we're talking about here relative to our senior citizens, to our Social Security recipients. That as well is extremely important. So we need to remember what is at stake here, and the stakes could not be higher. We need to get this resolved. We need to move this across as a package: ARPA, budget, tax relief. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to talk a little bit about comments I made on the mic this morning. To put it in perspective, I had been contacted by several parents about the issue of furries in schools and that. And the reason why I brought it up on the mic was I couldn't believe that anything like that was happening, anything like that could happen in Nebraska schools. And I want to make sure that we had a quick end resolution, I guess, to that. And that's why I wanted to make that discussion, just because I felt it pretty hard to believe. So Senator Wall's office and myself, we've looked into this and called several of those schools that had been brought to my attention, and they assured us none of that happened. So with that, I would like to, if there's any apologies need to be made, if anyone took it the wrong way, it was just something that I felt that if this really was happening, that we needed to address it and address it quickly. So with that, I want to end the discussions on furries and that within the state, and thank Senator Walls and others to help me work with this to look at this. And thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we're at the end of the discussion on this amendment. and I'll be voting green on that. I have concerns about some of the amendments that are pending, but I guess we'll just take them each as they come. The negotiations that have gone on, or compromises, when you're compromising with yourselves, it's not really a compromise. When you're just taking what everybody who wants a certain thing wants and putting it together and not working with the people who have opposed what you're trying to do consistently, that's not a compromise. I don't have to be in any room for any negotiations, but you might want to have somebody who is in opposition to what you're trying to accomplish have a seat at the table, and then you won't be met with so much resistance when you get to the floor because you would have actually attempted to work through a compromise. But just having like-minded people who all want the same thing and then being like, oh, you want that and I want this, so let's both have it? Okay, that's not a compromise. That just costs the state an obscene amount of money. So at least that's my understanding of compromise. But I went to Catholic school, so maybe I wasn't educated correctly. Who knows? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator Stinner, you are recognized to close on AM 2584.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the legislature, AM 25, what is it, 04? 84, excuse me. Boy, if I could see, I'd be dangerous. Is the cleanup bill for the ARPA LB 1014, and I would appreciate your green vote. Thank you.
Thank you,
I'd like
Senator.
a call to the House, please.
There has been a request to place the House under call. Question before the body is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. Opposed, nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
19 ayes, 2 nays to place the House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Wayne, Senator Matt Hansen, Senator Dorn, Senator Linehan, Senator Hunt, Senator Hilgers, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. All members are now present. Senator Stinner, for what purpose do you rise?
I'd like a roll call vote in reverse order, please.
Mr. Clerk?
Senator Wishart, voting yes. Senator Williams, voting yes. Senator Wayne, voting yes. Senator Walls, voting yes. Senator Vargas, voting yes. Senator Stinner, voting yes. Senator Slama, voting yes. Senator Sanders, voting yes. Senator Pansy Brooks, Senator Pauls, Senator Merman, voting no. Senator Moser, voting yes. Senator Moorfeld, Senator McKinney, voting yes. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator McAllister, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lindstrom, Senator Lathrop, voting yes. Senator Colterman, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Hunt, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hickelman, voting yes. Senator Hildress, voting yes. Senator Matt Hansen, not voting. Senator Ben Hansen, Senator Holleran, Senator Grigert, voting yes. Senator Geist, voting yes. Senator Friesen, voting yes. Senator Flood, Senator Erdman, Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Senator Day, voting yes. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Breesy, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Bolsterman, voting yes. Senator Bostar, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Merman changing from no to yes. 39 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of Senator Stinner's amendment.
AM 2584 is adopted. I erase the call. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, I want to read a few things before we proceed, if that's all right. Study Resolution 385, Senator Linehan 386, Senator DeBoer, Day 387 and 388, 389, Merman 390, Grigert 391. Senator Hunt offers amendments to LB 1173 to be printed. New A Bill 750A by Senator Friesen appropriates funds to implement the provisions of 750. Mr. President, the next amendment is AM 2610 by Senator Linehan.
Senator Linehan, you are recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a pretty simple amendment. It just says that any organization that's appropriated money from the ARPA funds from this bill, 1014, can't use more than 15% for administrative costs. We do the same thing. If you look at the bill, it doesn't say exactly how much, but behind every section, it says that there's going to have to be some administrative costs by the agency that's putting the money out. So that's covered. The agencies are covered. But then what I didn't see in the middle, and maybe it's there, and I just didn't recognize it, but there's no cap on administrative costs. So if you're going to give, let's don't name anybody in particular. There's $1 billion here, but let's see, the ABC nonprofit group is going to get, and there is no ABC nonprofit group, so don't look for it. But let's say there was an ABC nonprofit group in there that was going to get $5 million. What this would mean is they can only use 15% of that for administrative costs. It's a pretty standard thing that's in most. The reason some suggested 10%, because I think the actual ARPA dollars say 10%, but let's see, Senator Arch right here right now, but I talked to Senator Arch this morning, and that's when we go to the HMOs, that's what we have, I think it's HMOs, managed care, that's what we say they can have, is 15% for administrative costs. So just make sure, it helps, I think, everybody. When there's no guidelines on this, it can get kind of away from people. Because if you keep track, if you get, it's just like your monthly paycheck, you X
know what you have to do, and just so they don't get carried away with administrative expenses. So that's all it is. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Debate is now open on AM 2610. See no one in the queue. Senator Linehan, you're welcome to close on 2610. Senator Linehan waives close. Question before the body is the adoption of AM 2610 to LB 1014. All those in favor vote aye. Opposed, nay. Has everyone voted? Mr. Clerk?
32 ayes, no nays on adoption of Senator Linehan's amendment.
AM 2610 is adopted. Mr. Clerk, for the next amendment?
Mr. President, next amendment, Senator Stinner, AM 2580.
Senator Stinner, you are welcome to open on AM 2580.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the legislature, I first want to thank Senator Williams for allowing me to use about $4 million of his funds for rural workforce housing in the ARPA bill. AM 280 is a portion of Senator Breezy's LB 1203, which was heard in the Appropriations Committee. AM 2580 uses $4 million from ARPA funds in 2022-23 to contract with a statewide nonprofit organization that supports children and families to increase child care capacity in areas of need. This would be done by providing grants to expand or start child care programs for the first 5 years of age. For your information, currently, the institution that is distributing most of the federal funds is Nebraska Children and Family Foundation. Nebraska's working parents, employers, communities have been carrying the burden of insufficient child care access for years, and the problem has only become worse in the wake of the pandemic. Nearly 80% of our state's children have all available parents in the workforce. Parents who need and are willing to work should not have to choose between their jobs and caring for children. This is a problem with statewide implications. On average, the gap between available child care slots and the potential need is 12.3 in urban areas and 30.4 in rural areas. In approximately 64 of Nebraska's 93 counties, more than 25% of the residents don't have a reasonable access to child care within driving distance. Even though stabilization grants have helped child care providers survive the loss of revenue, and due to the COVID-19, the state had still lost about 7.4% of its licensed child care programs between 2019 and 2021. And 45% of the statewide early childhood professional workforce turned over between 20 and 21. This phenomenon was almost certainly driven by instability in the child care market and a lack of financial security offered by the professions. Nebraska's business and economic leaders have targeted the lack of workforce as one of the most urgent challenges facing our state and its employers. Any realistic strategy for addressing the workforce crisis must also address the need to grow child care capacity in the Nebraska communities. The Nebraska Chamber has indicated that we must add 43,000 18 to 34-year-old residents to Nebraska to bolster the statewide workforce. This is a demographic segment most likely to need child care for pre-kindergarten age children. Local, high-quality child care options make it easier for parents to get to their jobs and stay focused throughout the day, knowing their children are being well cared for. This is good for children, parents alike. It helps increase family earnings and workplace productivity while lowering employee absenteeism, and turnover. It also makes our state and its communities more marketable and to new businesses and industries looking to locate jobs in proximity to the highly engaged and productive workforce. I would like to thank the Nebraska Chamber and its Lincoln and Omaha chapters for their work in supporting this initiative. First Five Nebraska for providing a backdrop of data to show the need. Kids Can Community Center and CRCC of Omaha for coming out and testifying for the support. The Nebraska Area of Economic Development Association, Nebraska State Alliance of YMCAs, and numerous other groups that have offered their support. Dedicating $4 million in ARPA to growing community care capacity will not solve the widening child care gap throughout Nebraska, but it is a necessary step in the right direction. I would like to thank everybody for your interest and support in this issue, and I would urge you a green vote. And before I get off the mic, I will tell you that this is an area of interest since even before I was elected. I got involved with the 6 Pence program in Scotts Bluff. It was a pilot program. About 61% of the kids that showed up for kindergarten weren't ready to be there. So the 6 Pence program is 0 to about 2 to 3 years old. And then obviously from 3 to kindergarten is some additional early childhood, at least in Scotts Bluff and Gering. This is an important subject. I think when you look at what happened pre-pandemic, we were short in almost every, short of child care services in almost every county. And I think there is a study out there, certainly by the Bureau, that looked at what that cost was to the state of Nebraska. And it was $745 million cost because we didn't have adequate child care to fit that workforce. So we're trying to put people back to work. I understand that the state still has some stabilization grant money, but I cannot get an answer on how they're going to use it or when they're going to use it. So this is really kind of a focused with a not-for-profit simply because they're not going to take any organization or administration costs out of this. They're proficient at looking at the entire state of Nebraska. And they've worked with other people over numerous years, whether they be governors, Republican or Democrat governors. This is an organization that has worked with them. So with that, I'd like your green vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Stinner. Senator Williams, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. And I rise in full support of AM 2580. There's a number of things that I'm passionate about, and on that list, of course, as you know, is workforce housing and also education, and education at all levels. And underneath LB 2580 is the taking of $4 million that was originally allocated of ARPA dollars to the rural workforce housing. I actually think this is a wonderful use of it, going to the early childhood and child care industry in this form. When I became very involved with the workforce housing and looking at needs of our companies across the state, this past about a month ago, I had a chance to meet with a number of manufacturers, and we're asking them, what are the things that are hindrance to you growing your business? And of course, workforce is clearly the number one thing. When we probed deeper with them, I asked them what was underneath that, and the housing issue was number one, but right next to that now is childcare. And as an employer myself, it continues to be a struggle. If mom can't find affordable, safe childcare for their young ones, they are not going to be in the workforce. So I think this allocation of dollars makes great sense. Not too long ago, First Five and others did a survey on childcare providers and found some interesting things that are not surprising. That childcare providers suffer from low pay, lack of benefits, and stress. And I think about that and turn around and recognize that we are trusting some of our most precious assets, our kids, to childcare providers that are struggling with low pay, no benefits, and stress. And I think it is, again, our obligation that when possible, we find some solutions, and I believe this is one of them. I would encourage your full support and your green vote on AM 2580. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Vargas, you are recognized.
Thank you. I'm going to try not to be too repetitive here for the sake of, I think there's clear policy that supports that this is, well, it's a good decision in terms of how we should spend recovery dollars. Honestly, going to speak more just from the sense of, I think I'm one of the few working parents that have kids under the age of 5 that would be in the early ed system. I had this conversation many times with Senator Kavanaugh, as we both have kids that are under the age of 5. And I share that because for those right now working parents that are trying to figure out early education and childcare and trying to figure out what are the best both access and high quality, there's just no question on whether or not it's a need when you get to talk to a parent. Now, there are other things that are obviously families are struggling with, but this is a really great part of the hearing where we did hear a more comprehensive solution for trying to direct federal recovery dollars towards helping working parents in this capacity. It was one of the conversations we had, and you know, I think this is it probably could have been a lot more, and it wasn't included in the package, like many things that were included in the package. But I do appreciate that Senator Williams is allowing or supporting $4 million to come from the rural workforce housing for this specific amendment. And I do support, like I said, it could have been a lot more in terms of what was requested, in terms of what they would have needed and wanted. We just couldn't find all the dollars, obviously, and it didn't fit at that time. But I'm supportive of this amendment, and I am supportive of the early ed space in this capacity, because if you're a working parent right now and you're making these really unnecessary trade-offs and you don't have high quality or even access to early ed, and being able to provide this through an entity that we know works, and through a nonprofit in the way that it's worded, I think it's going to provide access to working parents that need it the most. And this is still an area of need. And I hope, and I know the chamber has been, and Senator Stinner is being kind. Look, he's been working on this for years, and been leading the workforce development early ed space commission along with leaders across the state. And this is a very small fraction of, I think, the least that can or should be done in this space. So I urge your support of Amendment 2580, and thank everybody for voting yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Matt Hansen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon again, colleagues. Colleagues, I just want to, I guess, rise on this one and say I'll probably support this amendment since it's Senator Stinner, Senator Williams, and Senator Vargas have all spoken in favor of it. But in terms of talking about priorities and needs in terms of the ARPA budget and what we've been looking at forward, to me, I understand the process here, and just a refresher for those watching at home. Obviously, the ARPA funds have largely been allocated. So when you want to change, you both have to suggest the amount you want for your new program or your new spending, as well as where it comes from in the budget. And I bring all this up to say is I'm very glad to see some increased investment in early childhood, early childhood and care of that nature. I think that's something at least I routinely hear from my constituents in terms of needing access to, needing more support, frankly, just needing more providers in addition to both just pure availability as well as cost. The reason I have some hesitation, of course, is it's drawing from some of the housing funds. And I think we as a state really have been struggling to provide the housing that we need. And I know there's to some extent is to, what obligation is that as a state? Is that a state obligation or not? It's one of those things that, frankly, colleagues, and this is something we've worked with and struggled with in urban affairs, is housing at the moment is not really anybody's priority or anybody's charge. I've had some issues and some efforts to make the cities take some more charge on housing issues, with some successes and some opposition to that. There's been some focus on whether or not we need to have more direct efforts of housing at the state level. But when we see that there's not necessarily a coordinated housing policy in terms of making sure that there's available housing through across the state, what we do instead have is 2 or 3 really good funds administered that can provide some growth to housing. And again, with the rural workforce housing is one of them. And while I understand I probably do support the change, I just want to highlight the fact that we are falling farther and farther behind in terms of available housing and affordable housing. And I don't necessarily mean affordable housing in terms of any specific price point. I just mean affordable to any given family in terms of spending, not being cost burdened or rent burdened. And when we see that across the state. We've had repeated issues in studies, I know, talking about the difficulties in that. Blueprint Nebraska, I keep talking about, identified 50,000 units. I think with the pandemic, that number hasn't improved at all. And if anything, we're probably behind the 8 ball in terms of increasing housing to meet our increasing housing needs. Again, in one study, but I believe the Omaha Community Foundation said the Omaha metro area, which I know included Council Bluffs and others, but was probably looking at close to 100,000 units over the next decade or so on its own in terms of just need of raw housing. And again, there's lots of components that go into that, including that trying to incentivize the build and the building of all types of housing, including senior housing, dense housing, single family homes. And we have some programs that are great at doing that. And that is why I'm hesitant to see the one time I think that the state has really stepped up to put kind of a game-changing amount of money into housing and some of these ARPA funds and some of these cash transfers. To start seeing it as a source to pull some away is a little bit difficult. That being said, I do support the overall effort to promote early childhood education and promote those efforts. I'm glad that there's some focus being on that. I'm glad that Senator Stinner has brought this
1 minute.
amendment, and so I will be supporting it. But I did want to speak on that issue in the sense that please do not think that taking away any money from housing means there's less of a need for housing or haven't proven the need for housing. I had a component to spend money on housing that didn't get incorporated in 1014, and I think just we could hear there are tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars worth of need for housing in the state. So that's something we're going to have to continue to focus on, or I'm term limited. The state will have to continue to focus on in the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Linehan, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I understand the concern about childcare. I've got 7.5, I guess is how you say it, grandchildren. 4 of them are kind of beyond, well, not the littlest one, but I have babies. So I know this is expensive. It's hard on parents. But here, in the language of the amendment, I think I'm reading this right. And if I'm not, I'm sure somebody will correct me, and I would like them to. There is included the amount shown as aid for this program for 22-23, $4 million federal funds to contract with a statewide nonprofit organization that supports children and families to increase child care capacity in areas of need. So it's, the way I read this, it's one organization that's getting the $4 million, but maybe I'm not reading it right. But it doesn't say organizations, it just says organization. And then the other thing I think we need to be aware of, and Senator Stinner mentioned this, and I understand if I understood him right, I can see why he might be frustrated, and there does need to be some clarification. I would agree with him. From the 3 plans for so a lot of money came to Nebraska through Health and Human Services. It didn't come to us. Like this $1 billion is like one out of 6, I think, that came to the state. And a lot of that money went directly to Health and Human Services. So in the response and relief supplemental appropriations, or the CRRSA, I think they call it. Well, I'm not sure. I'm not good at whatever you call those things. They got $59.6 million in that grant. And then in the ARPA grant that went straight to HHS, they got $143 million. And then in the last one, American Rescue Plan, this is all for childcare, they got $89.4 million. So, and of that, all that went to HHS, the remaining that HHS is still, I'm hoping I'm saying this all right, I'm sure the governor's office will be calling me if I'm not. In the first act, there's $3 million remaining. In the next act, there's $96.8 million remaining. And the last one, they've got all $89.5 million. So if there's
$250, $300 million setting HHS for childcare, I'm not sure why we need to do this, but maybe I got my numbers mixed up. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Jacobson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess as I look at this, these are two issues that are important to me. As I continue to look at economic development and having spent 42 years in banking, I can tell you that everything is interrelated. And when you start looking at economic development in the community, it's not one thing, it's a combination of things. And it's that proverbial weak link in the chain that breaks the chain. I think about some of the challenges that are out there today, and as I start prioritizing them, I recognize the fact that with COVID and following COVID now, as we move past COVID, we're dealing with a situation where we have a lot of people who've left the workforce. And we're finding that the rate of people that have not returned to the workforce is still fairly high. And I think a lot of that is tied up in two areas. It's childcare, and it's also caring for elderly parents because of nursing home closures or concerns about being able to see those loved ones in nursing homes or assisted living facilities. I would also tell you that we have a big challenge in housing. And if you don't have a place for people to live, you're going to have a hard time attracting people to take jobs. If you don't have a place for those people to have their children taken care of, you're going to have a problem with them coming back to work and being productive in the workforce. And if you don't have a place for them to be, your elderly parents or others in assisted living, you're going to have a hard time being able to do anything but stay home with them and care for them. So that's all part of the mix, in addition to attracting industry and having the right things going on to create those high-paying jobs that attract a healthy workforce. So we're seeing all of that right now. And of course, with the inflation going on, that doesn't help matters any either. So as I look at this particular bill, as I've spoken before, I'm a big proponent of workforce housing. I think it's critically necessary. If you don't have it there, I know it's been raised before about government being involved in housing. Well, government's involved all the time in incentives. Just look at our federal tax code. The federal tax code is filled full of incentives that incents people to do certain things, to invest a certain way. We're doing the same thing when it comes to workforce housing. When you start looking at how do you incent people to build a home that is affordable and make sure that you're comfortable doing it and that the buyer can afford to buy it. If they can't, they're not going to, and if they don't have a place to come there and live, they're not going to come work in your community. It's as simple as that. Same thing is true when it comes to childcare. So as I look at this, given the dollar amount that's involved, I'm going to support this amendment because these are both issues that I think are important. And I think we're probably splitting the baby the right way, I think, on this case and being able to allocate dollars in areas that are both important to economic development and moving our communities forward. So I'm going to vote yes on this amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Friesen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Right now, I think I will support this amendment. But what I want people to start thinking about is we can subsidize early child care, we can subsidize housing, but is there a plan to where someday this can run on its own? The more we keep subsidizing, I mean, there's some states now are going to send out a gas tax rebate because people can't afford to drive. If we continue down this path of always subsidizing everything without a long-term plan of how is daycare is going to be funded down the road, are we going to just keep subsidizing? Because if we keep subsidizing, they'll just keep raising the cost. And when the state gets involved, we put requirements on daycare facilities, which raises their cost. It just gets to be a vicious circle. And it's not that I'm opposed to this at this time, but really in the long term, there is no plan to ever have businesses step up and pay their employees enough so they can afford childcare. Because again, it is the business out there that wants the employee to show up for work. It is their responsibility to see to it that their employee can show up for work. Those couples out there who don't plan to have kids, now they're having to pony up for childcare. It's the businesses, to me, it's their responsibility to pay their employees enough, or else start their own daycare or subsidize a daycare, make contributions to a local daycare. But again, the state is stepping up always to subsidize this or that because we've driven the cost up so high that nobody can afford it. In today's markets, I mean, wages are rising. I don't know. I think the cost of daycare is probably going up as fast as wages are going up. But at some point, I feel that businesses need to step up and make sure that there's childcare facilities for their employees. Where's their responsibility? Why is it the taxpayer's responsibility? There are mothers who choose to stay home, or fathers, both can choose to stay home and take care of their kids. That's their choice. They don't receive help. If they make that conscious decision to stay home, should they be given a child care subsidy? Because that's probably the best option, having a parent stay home with their child. It isn't always an option. But again, we keep subsidizing everything, and at some point there should be a plan, some sort of plan in the future to be able to wean ourselves off of this and say that now daycare facilities down the road are going to have to make a living by what they charge for taking care of the kids. And businesses are the ones that should pony up and have to pay for some of that if they want their employee to show up for work. They have some responsibility in this, whether it's through higher wages or a stipend to families with kids. There's numerous alternatives that they can do. And so far, I'm not seeing any of that here being burden placed upon the businesses. And as a taxpayer, I think we should be asking for some sort of plan longer term where we don't have to do this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Walls, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do agree that we need a long-term plan, but I think that providing resources is part of that long-term plan. I was going to ask Senator Stinner if he could yield to a question.
Senator Stinner, will you yield?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Senator Stinner. Unfortunately, my computer's gone. I've been trying to look at the amendment in the bill. Can you just briefly or recap what nonprofits, what organizations will benefit from this amendment?
Yes, it actually got me by surprise too. So I did my investigation, and DHHS has used the Nebraska Children and Family Foundation over a long period of time, and they are using them now. They have coverage over 88 rural counties, so they are spread out. The other side of it is they just kind of give the money to the not-for-profit, cuts down on the administrative cost associated with that. So there's really two good benefits. One is coverage. Secondarily, the lack of, because it's a not-for-profit, they don't use a whole lot of administrative costs associated. So it's probably the best way of distributing the funds.
Okay, that was the only question I had. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wallace and Stinner. Senator Williams, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I wanted to finish the thought I had last time when I was on the mic, when I was talking about child care providers through a survey being subject to low pay, no benefits, and stress, and that we're trusting our most important assets there. And I think about that, especially when every day in our local paper we hear about recruitment of athletes to the University of Nebraska and other places. And I just ask you, would we trust our best athletes to somebody that was suffering from low pay, no benefits, and stress? Stress, yes, but not no pay and no benefits. We wouldn't do that with our athletes, and yet that's the situation that we place our kids into regularly. I want to talk briefly about what I have seen communities and businesses do to step up and take an active role in solving this problem? It is clearly not fair to say that businesses and communities are ignoring this, because I'm aware of numerous situations, in particular in my hometown, where businesses and the community in general are stepping up in a significant fashion to address the issue of childcare and early childhood education. A significant facility is in the process of the fundraising right now to be built in Gothenburg. It is a partnership that includes the school, the hospital, the community, and many businesses in town. But I would also tell you that those things, the traditional business model that we have looked at for childcare, simply doesn't work today. And that's why we have to recognize and find different solutions to this. Organizations like Sixpence, organizations like First Five, organizations like Beyond School Bells, all are seeking those kind of arrangements to find a solution, and they're working together, and they all need our help, and it's our responsibility, I believe, to give that. But there are communities, there are businesses, and there are individuals that are participating in finding solutions to this situation. This isn't going to go away, and it isn't going to go away quickly. It's just like our housing issue. We continue to work on that. You will be hearing, hopefully later today, LB 1069, which is my personal priority bill, with the updates for the Rural Workforce Housing Act that need to happen so that we can better handle the issues as we move forward. LB 1069 is not the funding portion. That portion is partially from ARPA and partially from cash funds in the budget. And I'd like to again thank the Appropriations Committee for recognizing that need as we go forward to do those kind of things. So with that, again, I would encourage strongly your green vote on the Stinner amendment that is on the board so that we can move forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Williams. Senator Wayne, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is another one that I'm actually struggling on. One, I believe DHHS, and I haven't been here for the whole conversation, that they opened up a grant process and they still have like $89 million for childcare. So I'm a little concerned about that. But again, I have an amendment, hopefully that'll come up, 2619, that adds some guardrails around what are actually qualified projects. We're going to put money into affordable housing, rural affordable housing. Our affordable housing in Nebraska is completely defined differently than affordable housing underneath the federal HUD and home program. And just last week, one of the employees for the Department of Treasury told many states, when I wasn't on the conference call, but told a couple other states that I do know people at, and they were on this call about housing and ARPA, and they literally said they're going to use the home definition and guidelines. Go look at the home definition and guidelines, and I don't know if rural, and I'll be quite honest, urban are going to be able to meet those definitions with that much poverty. It's based off of LIHTC, if you look at LIHTC housing and some things like that, but there are specific guidelines. Now I know in the qualified census tracts in North and South Omaha, there is enough poverty that we can meet those guidelines. But it is the HUD's home definition. And flat out what the Treasury said, according to my other colleagues in different states, is that they said they don't have time to move these dollars fast enough to come up with their own rules and regs regarding affordable housing. So they're just going to go ahead and adopt what HUD has already adopted through their home program, because they've already identified what they consider to be affordable housing. That is completely different than what we're doing here in Nebraska. So again, I hope my amendment comes up, because each agency is going to have to go through in detail and understand the legal analysis and more guidance from the treasurer than what I think we're doing right now, because they're the enforcers of what we appropriate. My biggest fear is we appropriate these dollars and the agency fulfills what we appropriate. And then next year, where we're talking about a clawback, or in 2 years, we're going to be fighting about who was responsible. They'll say, well, you told us to appropriate it. And then the new governor and the agency will say, well, it wasn't our fault. You just said appropriate it. We need to make sure there are checks and balances, not just from the legislature, but from the enforcers, which is our government side, our governor's side of this equation, to make sure that we are making sure that we're using these funds correctly. And I think the affordable housing piece is going to be critical when we start talking about rural versus urban and how we use those dollars and how they meet the national requirement of the HUD home. So if you think people can build a HUD home under 165,000, which rural is saying they can't, that might be a problem when we come to these federal dollars. So I'll probably go along with this amendment. I have a little concern about the 89 million and why nobody has asked HHS where that dollars are. But it does concern me that when you look at the guidance that's being talked about and the trainings that are going on across the country, we're not, I don't think, making sure that there's going to be enough emphasis on making sure all these projects meet the definitions that are required by ARPA. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Stinner, you're welcome to close on AM 2580.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the legislature, I can tell you I could talk about early childhood for quite some time. I did get an early childhood fellowship, and I also worked on a workforce task force as it relates to quality daycare centers. So the people who get it right, the regions who get it right, the cities, the states who get the childcare, quality childcare, they will be the ones that will attract and retain that workforce. If you remember, childcare was the number 3 most important item when Stratcom was looking at the state of Nebraska on their scoring model. So I think it's important, but you got to remember we were behind the curve going into COVID. We lost some more childcare centers, over 200 of them, at both home base as well as childcare center. We need a program to incent people to get back into the business. I know in my community, we lost 3 childcare centers, a couple home-based, and there is grant dollars associated with trying to bring those folks back, trying to build numbers so that people can get back to work. So I would ask for your green vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Stinner. Colleagues, the question before us is the adoption of AM 2580. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
26 A's, 7 A's, Mr. President, on the amendment.
AM 2580 is adopted. Next item.
Senator Morfeld would move to amend AM 2561.
Senator Morfeld, you're welcome to open on your amendment 2561.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues, and members of the legislature. I should say this is LB 867, which is in the form of AM 2561, but it would appropriate $500,000 from the federal funds allocated pursuant from the Federal American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 for state aid to the Department of Health and Human Services for the human immunodeficiency virus surveillance and prevention programs for education and the benefits of pre-exposure prophylactic medication for the costs of such medication and education. So what this is essentially, this is the medication that prevents people who are high risk of getting HIV from getting HIV. And so folks that are at high risk, maybe their spouse or their partner has HIV, if they take this medication, they will not get HIV. And so what's important about this is a lot of different things. One, we have to educate Nebraskans that this is out there, which is one of the biggest barriers, as we know, is educating people that this is a resource, that this is out there, that this is the type of medication you should be taking if you're high risk. Two, we also need to be able to help provide for the medication. It's very expensive. It's outside of the reach of a lot of people that are high risk and should be taking this medication. So this is a current program that does not have enough funding, but is eligible for funding under the ARPA funding guidelines. Where are we getting this funding from? That's one question a lot of people have asked me about. I have sat down with Senator McDonald, and he has agreed to allow me to take $500,000 out of his NIFA program. There's $47 million total. His portion is $11 million. And so this would take $500,000 out, and the money would go to, one, educating people who are high risk, and two, being able to provide and defray the cost of this medication for the people that are identified as high risk but cannot afford it. This came out of an interim study that was brought to me by a constituent who's a fellow elected official. And we had a lot of testimony come in about folks that are high risk for HIV, but if they would have taken this, they would not have contracted HIV. Keep in mind that once you contract HIV, it is very, very, very expensive to get the medication to keep them alive. And why that's important is for a lot of different reasons. One, it's really tough for those people to stay alive without that medication. But two, oftentimes medication is so expensive and the medical treatment is so expensive that, quite frankly, they then have to go on Medicaid, and then the state has to provide that. So this is a small investment in keeping people healthy, keeping them safe, but also saving the state a lot of money down the road in terms of preventing HIV, and then having to provide people that care necessary to keep them alive. And so I'm happy to discuss this. It's a very simple program. It's a program that already is in place at the Department of Health and Human Services. This boosts additional funding for that program that is very much needed. And it also qualifies for ARPA because this is a high-risk class of individuals. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Moorfeld. Debate is now open on AM 2561. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Moorfeld and Senator McDonald for bringing this amendment forward and finding the funding for it. I think this is a really interesting topic that isn't discussed a lot. And honestly, I didn't even know, I believe that we had a hearing about this in HHS, and I didn't know that this was even an issue. So I very much appreciate Senator Moorfeld for digging into this particular issue and bringing it forward to the full legislature. And I also appreciate Senator McDonald for being willing to help find some of the funds for this. So this is included, there's included in the amount shown as aid for this program, federal funds for the Human Immunodeficiency Virus Surveillance and Prevention Program. And what I find really fascinating about this is that I didn't even know that this is where we were at medically with HIV and medications and trying to curb the tide. So when we had that hearing, I was really fascinated to hear that. I also felt a little remiss that I hadn't been more up to date myself in knowing where we're at in this really important ongoing epidemic that's been happening for decades and taken so many lives too soon. And so just really appreciate that Senator Moorfeld is an advocate for this, has brought it to our attention, and that we're going to be able to do something to help make sure that fewer people in the state of Nebraska are faced with this deadly disease. I do like looking at how these things all fall into place when I'm looking at our amendments, and it's kind of more complicated. So if people are watching at home and you're trying to figure this out, you have to go to the ENR underlying bill that we moved when we started on this bill, and not the original amended bill that we moved forward, because lots of changes were made from general to select on the ENR, which is technical changes. And so page numbers and everything change. But this goes to section 20, agency number 25, which then you have to find section 20 in your ENR version of the bill, which I found section 25, but not section 20. Section 20 is on page 12, agency 25. And so that's where we see a little change. This is inserting in there. Okay, inserting within section 20. So if there's other changes made, that's one of the things I'm always curious about is how does this get reconciled once changes are made between different, if the same section is amended multiple times during this process with multiple amendments. I'm just curious how that works, but I suppose I'll find out like the rest of us. I am looking forward to voting for this and supporting AM 2561. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Matt Hansen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. I did want to rise and support Senator Moorfield's amendment and appreciate those who've worked with him to make sure it has a viable path forward to get attached to the ARPA funds. I think in terms when we're talking about ARPA funds, obviously, there are lots of different avenues that we can use to apply them and use to help them. Obviously, one of the clear avenues was talking about people who have, kind of most directly suffered some sort of health income or health disparity. And we're talking about those populations, obviously, populations such as people who've suffered from HIV and AIDS, just throughout the history have always fit into that category. And I think having an opportunity to this time to use some funds directed at providing access and providing, response to kind of healthcare issues, directing them to a program specific to this program makes so much sense to me. We've seen this time and time again where we have the opportunity to kind of invest and educate and promote access to what are oftentimes very cost prohibitive on a personal measure individuals. Because, as we talk about this, we talk about things we can do or things we want to do, or what should we do. We got to keep in mind that, a lot of individuals approach situations very differently in terms of when we're talking about including individuals, in terms of when we're even talking about access to insurance, things of that nature. A lot of individuals don't have reliable access to insurance, not because they're not working, but just because there's many jobs still in which that is not a requirement or a guarantee. There are many individuals who have access to insurance, but it is limited or does not necessarily cover or apply in all situations that they would like. We see this over and over again. And so doing some opportunities here to provide some incentives, some educations, and to help bridge some of these gaps such that, in many instances, a preventable issue can be addressed would mean a lot. We see this a lot in our opportunity to address ARPA. Again, as I said, we were looking at all sorts of different things in terms of, capital construction, other things. Frankly, I would recognize and concede with others. There are probably some things inside the ARPA bill that are difficult to explain their connection to ARPA. I think looking at a direct health response and a direct health response to kind of a often underserved or disserved group is very important. And that's why I'm really glad Senator Moorfield worked with others. I do think this is kind of an interesting process where you have to work to figure out where to take the money from in addition to where to just go forward. Initially, when some of the initial conversations were said in terms of, much like the last amendment, where are we taking it from? Where are we bringing it from? I believe this is coming from some NIFA money, which is the Nebraska Investment Finance Authority, which is dealing with primarily housing and the issues of that. Overall, would be pretty skeptical about taking too much from that fund. But again, in this situation, it's a limited enough amount for a targeted enough need that in my mind is a very pressing need. And I think that could be a very important and significant role to serve. So with that, Mr. President, I do support Senator Moorfield's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I rise in support of AM 2561, and again in support of LB 1014. And I agree with the sentiments that have been already articulated about why this is important. This is exactly the type of thing for which ARPA was intended. There's a list, and we've gone over this many times, but there's populations that were disproportionately impacted by the coronavirus, the COVID-19 virus, and some of those populations were disproportionately impacted because of their their situation where they lived, but some people were adversely affected or disproportionately impacted because of underlying health conditions. People became at higher risk of bad outcomes due to exposure to the coronavirus, and that is why this is an important use of the ARPA dollars, because it helps individuals who were disproportionately impacted in the health impact of the coronavirus. There's also certainly people can talk about the evidence that individuals with HIV have other issues that come up more than just as related to COVID. And so this is generally, like a lot of the things, the money that we're spending in the ARPA dollars, where we're choosing to spend them. We are choosing to spend them in this way because they were impacted economically, health, mental, physical health, impacted by the coronavirus disproportionately. But they do have the projects we're undertaking do have long-term benefits to the state of Nebraska as a whole. And so this is one of those where increasing funding to getting people to new medication that is successful in helping people diminish the impact of HIV in a community, but also to diminish the spread of HIV through this prophylaxis process that Senator Marfeld spoke about, meaning that prevents people from ultimately contracting HIV to begin with, meaning we don't have to later on expend as much money in care and treatment for people. And so this is a smart investment in the real sense, where we're putting up money in the front end, and it actually returns us a savings in the long run in terms of expenditures. So it checks both of those boxes in terms of why this is an appropriate use of ARPA funds, why it serves the goals and objectives that we want to serve in this process, and the populations which we are intending for the ARPA funding to benefit and help recover, because from the coronavirus funding, the coronavirus impact. Again, the ARPA funds, as we keep saying, is the American Rescue Plan Act, which was meant to be helping people recover from this. And by recovery, we mean get back to at least where you were before, but hopefully we can help people put structural changes in place that will put us in a better position. And this is one such change that I think will help in the long run put us in a better position than we were before the coronavirus. So
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I urge your green vote on AM 2561 and green vote on LB 1014. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Slama, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate Senator Moorfeld's 2561, and I appreciate the efforts made on this front. I do have a in-law with this condition, but I do have concerns about the applicability to ARPA funding with prophylactics. And I would just like to yield to Senator Moorfeld if he had any reason as to why this would fall under the COVID pandemic, because I do have concerns that it's not applicable to ARPA funding. So I'll yield the remainder of my time to Senator Moorfeld to answer that question.
Senator Moorfeld, 415.
Yeah, and maybe we can have a discussion, Senator Slama. But in terms of applicability, my understanding is that people that are in high risk, that have high risk health concerns, and particularly that are exacerbated by COVID, which folks in the HIV population are eligible for ARPA. So I don't know if there's anything contrary to that. I'll talk to fiscal here off to the side. But I don't know if Senator Slama would yield to a question. This is her time, obviously, that she gave me. But yeah, what can you describe your concerns? I haven't heard any yet, so I'm interested.
Senator Slama, will you yield?
Sure, no, I'm just looking at the text of the bill, and I'm sorry for not raising this with you beforehand. And I understand your explanation of high-risk populations being more highly impacted by the COVID pandemic. I'm just trying to figure out how this does tie into ARPA funds. And you answered, I think, my question about how these individuals are high risk. And if we can prevent it on the front end, we'll have fewer people seriously infected with COVID. So I do appreciate you answering my question. Thank you, Senator Moorfeld.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll kind of expand upon that now that I've had just a second or two to think about it. So folks that have HIV, particularly during the pandemic, have been at higher risk. HIV, or in this case, preventing folks from getting HIV. They're at a higher risk population of, one, they're already stigmatized in many ways for many different reasons. And so their likelihood of going to a hospital or getting assistance is slimmer. But then two, there are higher risk population during a global pandemic for that reason. And then also because oftentimes these folks have a hard time accessing healthcare for various reasons, income related or otherwise. And so we did do our homework and we were told that this was ARPA eligible, and I'll go off and get some more details and some more facts from fiscal right to the right of me here. And if anybody has any other questions surrounding that, I'm happy to answer it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Slama and Moorfeld. Senator Clements, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was looking at the amendment and trying to find where it's amending ER 155, and I see that the amendment is really referring to AM 2330. I haven't quite yet found where it is in ER 155, but I would hope that gets corrected. But as far as the proposal here was part of LB 867 that did come to the Appropriations Committee. And in our process, my notes, I see that 3 committee members supported this. And we had a total of, I think, 40 requests that got 0 funding, and this is one of those. 43 that did get funding, part of all. And I had a couple of items that I wanted to get funded. The education recovery accounts had 5 people that supported it, but it still doesn't have any funding. And I had another one that had, I think, 3 supporters. And so this was pretty low on the priority list, and there are a number of other items that were, in my opinion, more or higher priorities. And so I do not support AM 2561. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clements. Senator Ben Hansen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just have a couple of questions for Senator Moorfeld, if you're willing to yield, please.
Senator Moorfeld, will you yield?
Yes.
I had similar concerns that Senator Slama did about the appropriateness of this bill when it pertains to ARPA funds being used. And you made a point, is this bill for both people who have HIV and for those who are at risk of getting it? Or is it all for the people who are at risk of getting it?
Yeah, so this is a preventative program. So it's for the folks that are at risk of getting it. And just to clarify, I just heard from Legislative Fiscal, it's under the health disparities portion of the ARPA funds. So it does qualify. So just wanted to throw that out there.
And the health disparity funds are typically used for people who currently have an illness who are more at risk of getting more ill if they get COVID, correct?
Yes, and HIV is absolutely one of those.
And I agree with you, but this is for people who don't have HIV.
Yeah, this is for people who don't have HIV to prevent them from getting HIV so that if they get HIV, they're not at higher risk of getting, or of higher risk of complications because of COVID.
Okay. I think that's the rub that maybe I have a little bit here that I'm kind of stuck on because there's a lot of people who are at risk of many things that we are not giving ARPA money to. I understand possibly the need. I understand nothing against the merit of the bill. It's just more the appropriateness of ARPA money being used for this. And do you know these are people who are maybe a part of this program, are they getting any federal funds already to help with medication for prophylactic use?
Yeah, so this is an existing program within the Department of Health and Human Services, and it is getting some funding. I haven't gotten the exact amount. I'll go back to Legislative Fiscal, but my understanding was a few $100,000 a year from federal funds. And from the providers that we heard from, it wasn't enough to fulfill the need.
Okay, so pretty much every year it gets used up?
Yep, that's my understanding, but I'll make sure I do my homework on that here pretty quick.
All right. Yep. Thank you, Senator Moorfield. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I think, colleagues, that's maybe, I'm still deciding what I'm going to do here yet, but I think Senator Salama kind of brought up, and some of the concerns that I have as well, is that this is for people who currently do not have an illness that we're using ARPA for, which makes sense. We would use ARPA money to help people for those who currently have an illness, who would have a harder time if they did contract COVID. But these are people who do not have an illness right now. They might be at risk. I'm not going to deny that one bit, but like, where does it stop? Do we give the people who are ill, the people who are at risk of getting ill? And so I'm hoping we just kind of think about that with this amendment. But with that, I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen and Senator Moorfield. Senator Stinner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a short note on where we're at on the ARPA bill. Since general file, we've actually had 9 amendments to the ARPA bill. I think that shows some real good flexibility and working things back and forth. This bill obviously has the consent of Senator McDonald, so that would be the 10th amendment if it passes. So I think that shows good faith on everybody's part and the willingness to work together. And certainly, I think we're making some positive progress. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Stinner. Senator Ben Hansen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, I forgot to ask Senator Moorfield one more question, if I could, if you will be willing to yield.
Senator Moorfield, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you. I think I noticed in the fiscal note, does this create a new position in HHS? In the fiscal note, it looked like we would have to create a public or a health director, I forget the exact name, that was $95,000 a year.
I'm looking at the fiscal note.
Sorry, I don't have it in front of me too. And I didn't ask
No,
you
I
before
have the
then.
fiscal note literally right in front of me. They said the annual administrative cost is $92,000 per year. I don't know if that's a person. Yeah, community health educator to establish tracking measures for the amount spent. So yeah, it would be one person to help educate folks and spread the word, and then also administer the funds and make sure they're being administered appropriately.
Okay. I know sometimes we have issues with the fiscal notes, whether how accurate they are or not. So, but
Yeah, no, I'm aware.
sometimes if this is what I have to go with, sometimes it helps me make a decision on whether this is appropriate or not as well, because we're not creating a new program, but we're creating new employees that then cost $92,000 a year. And that's kind of an ongoing expense for a supposedly one-time expense. So thank you for answering my question. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Hansen and Senator Moorfield. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Moorfield, you're welcome to close on AM 2561.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I really appreciate all of your questions. The bottom line is that this does fall under ARPA, under the health disparities portion of ARPA. I do appreciate some people are saying, well, listen, this is preventing people from getting HIV. and maybe we want to be helping with people that have HIV right now to be able to prevent those complications with COVID. But I really think that, quite frankly, an ounce of prevention is worth, whatever the pound. I can't remember exactly how that euphemism goes, but what this is doing is it's preventing people from getting HIV. And is that medication somewhat expensive and out of reach for a lot of people? It absolutely is. But what's even more out of reach for people, and even the taxpayers in the state of Nebraska, is helping keep people alive who actually get HIV. And that literally can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. So what we're doing is we're spending a few $1,000s per year from these federal funds in preventing somebody from getting HIV to make it so that, one, they stay healthy and they don't get a disease like HIV, but then two, saving the taxpayers a ton of money on the back end. Literally hundreds of thousands of dollars in the back end, because what happens when somebody gets HIV is it's so expensive that essentially they have to go on state and federal programs. And then we have to pay for that medication, and rightfully so, to keep them alive. But they can't afford it. And so what this is doing is preventing people from getting HIV so that we can make sure that folks are healthy and that people are able to provide for themselves so that they don't have to go on government programs just to stay alive once they get the HIV. And so this is a small way in which we can get the support to the folks that need it, educate them on how to take this medication to prevent HIV. And quite frankly, colleagues, it not only keeps them healthy, it saves the state and the taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not more, down the road. And we heard testimony to that effect time after time. And I hope that you'll support this legislation. It's a small step, but it'll be a big step in saving the state a lot of money and keeping people safe and healthy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Moorfeld. Colleagues, the question before us is the adoption of AM 2561. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
27 ayes, 5 nays on adoption of the amendment.
AM 2561 is adopted. Speaker Hilgers for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have AM 2608 is the last one of this first round. I have two other amendments. I've spoken to Senator Wayne, Senator Moorfeld, 2619 and 2616 that I want to make sure we get to. And so I think normally cloture would be around 5:15 or 5:30. But if we have to go a little longer, we will go past to make sure that we have a full and fair debate to get those particular amendments up. I've spoken with Senator Friesen about his amendments. And so we're at least going to get to those two after 2608, and that might mean that cloture will be a little bit past 4 hours. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Speaker Hilgers. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Senator Linehan, AM 2608.
Senator Lenahan, you're welcome to open on AM 2608.
Mr. President, so this again is just a very simple, it's AM 2608, and it's a total of 5 lines. So what we have discovered in the Revenue Committee and Education Committee, some groups are joining together to form joint public agencies. So what that is, again, I'll make up somebody, so I'm not talking about specifics. But let's say you have a school and they're at their levy limit and they can't raise any money, but then they decide to get an agreement with the town they're in, and the town has 5 cents levy limit that they can borrow. So they join a joint public agency, and all of a sudden, instead of living within, if it was a school, $1.05, they're living within $1.10. And with that 5 cents, they can, without a vote of the people, build a new school building. This has happened a couple of times. I have a feeling that it's going to happen. We try to get ahead of it this year. We'll come back and try to put some guardrails around it next year, but right now we don't have any guardrails around it. So basically, fire department could give their levy authority to a school, a city could give it to the county. You could have all kinds, and you're building things without a vote of the people. And let's remember, when you get into the things where you're building things without a vote of the people, that is not the way we've ever run things in Nebraska. So what I'm concerned on this bill is we're giving a lot of groups significant amount of money. There's been conversations, and in their handouts, they're talking about building new buildings. Several of these groups we're giving money to are at their levy limit or close to their levy limit. So this is just an effort to make sure we don't have, a JPA spring where they're popping up everywhere. So it just says that if you are using these funds, you can't join with another public agency and raise your levy limit. So I'd appreciate a green vote. I don't want to filibuster. I just think it's a good idea. So thank you very much. Here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Debate is now open on AM 2608. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask if Senator Linehan would yield to some questions.
Senator Linehan, will you yield?
I'm sorry. Yes, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was just asking if you would yield. Thank you. I'm just looking through, and I don't know, do you have a comprehensive list of what the joint public agencies are?
Well, I know there is at Southeast Community College. I think they have a joint public agency with Lincoln Public Schools. They built Career Academy. They built a new building. I think that too is in a bond that didn't pass, and then they did it anyway. Beatrice Public Schools, twice a bond effort failed twice. And they joined with the ESU, and they're doing it anyway. And then I think there's a school in, well, I'll let him speak to it if he wants to, but there's another school, yes.
Okay, so the schools, as far as I know, and I very much could stand for corrections, they're not included in the stipulations around the shovel-ready money, correct?
I'm not, you'd have to ask one of
Okay.
the appropriators, but I think the schools can't be, but that's just hearsay. I don't know that.
Right, I'll confirm that, thank you. But the community colleges, so we have community colleges in the ARPA plans. So if we were to adopt your amendment, does that mean that any money going to community colleges would not go to Southeast Community College?
No. This has nothing to do with what they've already done. This just says, if they're going to build something new, which that's obviously they can. I think it's actually 75 million that's going to community colleges if you add in the dual credit, that they can't get outside their levy limit without a levy override. Anybody in the state can have a levy override. Voters decide to spend more than the levy lid, they can go ahead and do that. But this has been used in a couple of times where they kind of drive around the levy override, drive around the bond failure, and I just don't want to see it springing up all over.
Okay, I think I understand that part. What I'm kind of getting stuck on is how does this collaborate with the ARPA funds?
I'm just saying it can't. Like they can't use ARPA funds, and it doesn't have to be community college. Anybody.
Yeah, that was just the one.
Anybody can't use ARPA funds, and then to help pay for the cost and maintenance, they do a JPA, which raises property taxes.
I see. Okay. So if they can't create a JPA after they get the ARPA funds and keep the ARPA funds.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
To be very exact, to pay for anything they use ARPA funds on. Now, they could still do a JPA with something else and some other money,
Sure.
but not with the ARPA money.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. And I think I'm less confused now. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'll yield the remainder of my time to the chair.
Thank you, Senators Kavanaugh and Linehan. Senator Erdman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've heard of these JPAs before, and the one that came to my attention First was the one in Beatrice. And I was wondering if Senator Dorn would yield a question or two.
Senator Dorn, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Dorn, I had that information became available to me when I was in Scottsbluff. I met a gentleman on the ESU 13 board, and he was describing what your ESU and your school did. Can you give us a description of how they went about doing that GPA, how they formed that, and what happened?
Well, basically, Senator Linehan was right. They tried a couple bond elections in Beatrice and they didn't pass. So then they went and with the ESU, part of the Beatrice School Board and part of the ESU School Board then formed a joint public venture. And that is the agency that's going to do the bonding then for them now building a school. The ESU will not be liable for any part of those bonds. The school is going to be liable for those bonds.
So then it's going to raise property tax to pay for those?
No, Beatrice is not going to raise they're at $1.05 now. And what they are doing is they are using part of that $1.05 now to pay for those bonds. So it depends on how you look at it. They are not going above the $1.05. Could they still do, I call it a lower operating budget? Would they lower their levy then? That's something you'd have to ask them. I don't know. But they're using in that $1.05, they're using so many cents of that to pay for these bonds and for that school.
Okay, so yeah, let me see if I can conclude what you said. If they didn't have the bonded indebtedness, they could lower their mill levy because they wouldn't need $1.05. Is that be fair?
That we'd have to ask them. That is something that I don't know if they would have lowered it. I couldn't tell you that. That would be a decision of their superintendent and school board. If they would have lowered it, if they wouldn't be doing this. I don't know that.
But the question is, wouldn't they lower it? The question is, they don't want to lower it, but they sure could, because obviously you got to have extra money to pay the bonded indebtedness, or the taxpayers would have voted for it. That doesn't make any sense.
Some of the articles I've read, and I've just read articles in the paper pertaining to that aspect of it, they will now have less money available for their operations of the school because they are using part of that money to pay for this bonds.
So the whole gist of having the GPA is basically this: it allows them to go into debt without a vote of the people. Would that be a fair statement?
That they are going to build that building without a vote of the people. Yes.
And they're going to create a debt instrument that they wouldn't be able to do unless they had a vote of the people if they had a bond issue, right?
That I'm not sure I quite understand that question. They have had two bond issues that failed. They thought if they did another one, it would also fail.
Well, somebody had a
but they are allocating or making the commitment that over so many years, part of their budget now, part of their $1.05 will be used to pay those bonds off.
So tell me, how does a school borrow money?
It does it with that JPA, and they have that joint venture, and the ESU then is the one that is doing the bonding, not the school.
Right. So what I'm saying is that agency or that group they put together, the GPA is the one that's taking on the indebtedness by securing the bonds.
1 minute.
So they are creating an agency that can create debt. And that's not what schools or the ESU can do. So that's what they're doing. They're circumventing the will of the people to build a school, and they're creating a way to create debt that someone has to pay off with tax dollars. Is that a fair statement?
That is, they are creating debt and they will have to pay that off.
Yeah. So it's happening, and the taxpayers need to understand that. And if you were one of those that voted against that bonded indebtedness, there's an election coming up. So be aware. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman and Dorn. Senator Bosselman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The other school that Senator Linehan was trying to think of was Wahoo. So Wahoo did it this last year with ESU 2, I believe it was. They they formed a JPA. There was a lot of discussions from a lot of the farmers that come up to me and talk to me about it. Their concern was there was bond issues. that failed, but then there was a JPA formed, but then they didn't get a vote on that. And how their question was how that could happen. But that is exactly what happened, similar to what Senator Dorn was saying, what happened down in Beatrice. So I do support AM 2608. I think it is a good amendment. There's good intentions behind it. I yield the rest of my time back to the chair.
Thank you, Senator Bossman. Senator Friesen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of AM 2608. I think it's just a simple amendment to make sure that some of these funds aren't used in this way. I don't think it'll impact anything at this time, but this is an issue I think the legislature needs to look at in future years. But to my knowledge, I don't know that there was anything in the ARPA funding that would be impacted by this statement. But again, I stand in support of the idea that we need to somehow put some controls in place for these creation of these JPAs. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen. Senator Pansing Brooks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm still trying to listen to all of this because I'm not sure how Lincoln is going to be affected on the JPA and ARPA funds, and so I need to know more. But in the meantime, as I've done before on previous days, as a reminder, on the last day of the legislature, we get to talk about the positive experiences that have happened during our time in the legislature. So clearly, there isn't all the time in the world, and there's certainly not enough time to talk about the value and the friendships that have made each of you here so important to me and have made my legislative experience so amazing. So I've talked about Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Blood, Bostelman, Brandt, Brewer, and so Senator I think is here. So Senator Breezy, I want to talk about you and say that you are always polite and kind. I have never heard you raise your voice. You are studious. You work really hard. I feel fortunate to have worked with you on a couple of the property tax bills. And I know that you have a big heart and you care a lot about people. So I appreciate it. And I just want you to know that it has been an honor to serve the people of Nebraska with you. Thank you. The next one of people who are here, Michaela Cavanaugh. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, I want to thank you. You are persistent beyond measure, determined, tenacious. You have one of the hugest hearts in the legislature, that's for darn sure. Whenever there is a battle, I always want to be on your side because you have an ability to think things through in an amazing way, and it's better to be on your side on things. So I admire that. You are very bright and capable, and you have made the body listen to and understand things from a very different perspective, and I appreciate that. And I want you to know it has been an honor to serve the people of Nebraska with you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. Thank you. The next one that I have in alphabetical order is Senator Day. Senator Day, you are a beautiful, kind soul. You are a great listener and always willing to help on any issue. You're independent. You are small and mighty, and even on your stool. And I want to say that you are also not to be trifled with, and you are also one who doesn't give up. And I appreciate getting to know you these past couple of years, and you're a wonderful addition to the legislature, and it has been an honor for me to get to serve the people of Nebraska with you, Senator Day. Thank you. How much more time do I have left?
1:40.
Okay. The next one that I have, see who's in the chamber. Okay. How much time?
1:30.
1:30. Okay, Senator Dorn. Senator Dorn. Senator Dorn, are you listening? Senator Williams and Senator Dorn. I'm talking to you on the mic. Okay, Senator Doran, I just want to say that you are a sweet and thoughtful and studious man. I think you understand and explain very complicated issues and appropriations really well. I do think that you work for the people of your district better than most.
1 minute.
And are an incredible advocate and do so much good for the people in your district and for the state. So it has been a true honor for me to be able to serve the people of Nebraska with you, Senator Doran. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be back later.
Thank you, Senator Pansing Brooks. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Lenahan, you're welcome to close on your AM 2608.
Thank you. Just to re-echo what Senator Michaela Cavanaugh asked, and it's a very good question, is this has nothing to do with people can do this right now. They are doing it. It's just the funding in this bill can't be used to do it. So with that, I would appreciate your green vote on AM 2608. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Lenahan. Colleagues, the question before us is the adoption of AM 2608. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
31 ayes, no nays on the amendment.
AM 2608 is adopted. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Senator Wayne would move to amend 2610.
Senator Wayne, you're welcome to open on AM 2610.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is just kind of a belt and suspender amendment. So the dynamics of it is there will be like every day there's new, not studies, trainings going on, and there's little tweaks that everybody is saying about the final rules and their interpretations. And so really what this says is that all grants underneath the ARPA funds, each commission, agency, everybody needs to, one, adopt rules and regulations related to the distribution of these funds and report them back to the executive branch within 60 days after this is passed. The second portion, it says that all boards, agencies, and commissions shall report to the executive board in 90 days after they look at the projects that come in and determine whether or not they're actually eligible. And here's why, colleagues, this is really simple. We have an election going on where there'll be a new governor. And what I would hate to happen is there's a clawback that occurs, let's say of 100 million, and whoever the next governor is going to say, well, it's the legislature's fault. And the agencies are going to say, well, we're just doing what the legislature told us to do. They ran their own legal analysis or their own analysis through fiscal office, and we think they're right without doing any independent analysis within the agency. So all this is doing is trying to make sure we're all held accountable and there's not a blame game going on in the next couple of years if there's problems with the ARPA dollars. The last thing this will do for the body's perspective is going into next year, we'll know if those ARPA dollars meet the ARPA requirements and how much is left over and if we need to make any more adjustments at that point. The point of it is we're distributing money, and the biggest one I'm gonna keep harping at is the small processors. When Senator Brandt handed out the fact sheet, you'll look at them, all of them is about upgrades and expansions. So there's questions. Now, rather than continue to argue about whether there's questions or not, we want to make sure the Department of Agriculture comes out with the right rules and regs to meet the ARPA requirements, and that they make their own determination in addition to ours that they meet. And it applies to everybody, not just small businesses. It applies to the DED as it relates to North Omaha, that they need to make sure every project is deemed eligible in their own independent analysis. And the reason why that's important is almost every agency has their own attorneys and has the ability to make that determination. So just like any corporation, which I consider agencies mini corporations, they also need to make their own analysis of whether these funds are being properly used, and if not, at least tell the legislature why those projects are deemed uneligible, so we can make it also an intelligent decision on what we should do going forward. So it's truly about accountability. It's truly just a belt and suspenders, that we don't get into a blame game 2 or 3 years from now, blaming whose fault it is, the executive branch or our branch. We both need to make sure that we make sure that these projects and the reasons we're putting these projects together are deemed eligible underneath ARPA. So with that, I would ask for your green support. It's not controversial. It's just making sure that every agency is doing what's required of them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Debate is now open on AM 2619. Senator Panzine Brooks, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm still standing up, taking some time to celebrate the people in this body and celebrate the colleagues and friends that I've made in this body, because what gets reported is the angst that we've had over time with one another, and not the good things. So I'm not going to have time to do this during my goodbye on the last day, so I'm going to continue to do it. Trying to see who's here in alphabetical order. Are you here? See Senator Erdman? He's usually here. Senator Flood, Senator Flood has cared about this institution and this body greatly. He's provided a lot of knowledgeable care and input and on processes and procedures. And he's worked to invest in the legislature with his experience as a speaker, and he has done good for the state now for, I think it's 10 years, is that right? And so it has been an honor to serve the people of Nebraska with you, Senator Flood. Thank you. Okay, Senator Friesen, you're next. Senator Friesen, you can smile, it's nothing terrible. Senator Friesen taught me about Fireball, among other things. He has a great sense of humor, and he is very determined. And I think he's really good at explaining things when he gets on the mic and what he's thinking about. And one thing about Senator Friesen is that he is always willing to sit down and listen. And he may not agree, but this guy is always willing to sit down and listen. And he's one of the others in here with a great wife. So here's to Nancy. So Senator Friesen, it has been an honor to serve the people of Nebraska with you. Thank you. Senator Geist, people are in and out of the place. Okay. Oh, Senator DeBoer. Senator DeBoer is a sweet, brilliant soul. She is a problem solver, and she's a friend to all people. She is wise beyond her years, in my opinion, with a spiritual dimension that many of us have the ability to do. She's also one of the best aunts ever. I've seen that and that interaction. She generously opens her doors to all who want to come for a gathering, and that is a gathering of community and gathering of colleagues. And I really appreciate that, no matter the person or where they lean on the spectrum. Senator DeBoer makes sure that all are welcome. And Senator DeBoer, it has been a true honor to serve the people of Nebraska with you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Panzine Brooks. Senator Lowe, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As we look at this and the review and the report that these agencies are going to have to file, I'd like to ask Senator Wayne a question. Would Senator Wayne yield?
Senator Wayne, would you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Some of this money from ARPA will be going to political subdivisions, won't it?
Potentially, yes.
And would this be considered an unfunded mandate if we make them file these reports?
Probably technically, yes, but they could use 10%, up to 10% of their ARPA funds to pay for it. So they could still use ARPA funds.
But it
to
would
pay
be an
for it.
unfunded mandate.
Technically, yes.
And we could be in line to pay for that.
I see where you're going.
if-
There's
if-
probably a possibility of that, yes.
Okay. Thank you, and I would yield you any time you'd like from this.
Yes.
Senator Wayne, you are yielded 3:45.
Thank you. Colleagues, this is why words are so important. So in a brief conversation, after Senator Stinner thought about it for a little bit, he asked a question. Then it made me start thinking, and I just did quick research on my phone, and I'm gonna have to pull this and correct it either in the 1024 or sometime some other day. Words matter. And when you use the rules and regulations for agencies, then they have to go through a hearing process. And that'll bog down the disbursement of these funds. That's why I'm requiring something, because there's so many words in this 200-page rules of how we disperse this. We need to make sure every agency. So what I'm gonna do is insert this either in 1024 or somewhere else where we're talking about guidance documents. And they'll still have to do a report, but I can require them to do rules and regs, but then that means funding wouldn't even be dispersed until maybe fall, if not December. That's how important words are in statutes and in federal rules. And if we just made that mistake, imagine distributing $1 billion and where the mistakes can lie. And who's gonna pay for the clawback if we don't get it right? Our taxpayers. So I will bring this back. I'm not gonna try to rush it today. And I have another bill with 1024 that we can put it in requiring the same thing. But it's important that we get this right because there will be clawbacks. So with that, Mr. President, I'd like to withdraw my amendment.
Amendment is withdrawn. Mr. Clerk?
Senator Moorfeld would move to amend AM 2616.
Senator Moorfeld, you are recognized to open on AM 2616.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is really a kind of a cleanup / technical and clarifying amendment. I introduced this on behalf of Senator McDonald, who's been busy working on some things and some negotiations here today. But essentially, this relates to his apprenticeship program and makes it so that it's clear that it goes to the right training program within the Department of Labor. And it's a very simple amendment, but it states, and distributed through the recommendation of the Nebraska Worker Training Boards pursuant to the guidelines established in the current section of statute. We worked with the Department of Labor to find the best place to put this, and they said that this program would be the most efficient, most effective place to put this funding that will help support our high-skilled apprenticeships. It's funding that's already been allocated for that, and this is a clarifying amendment to make sure it goes to the right place and under the right program, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Senator Moorfeld. Debate is now open on AM 2616. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Moorfeld, you are recognized to close. Senator Moorfeld waives closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 2616 to LB 1014. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
30 yeas, 2 nays, Mr. President, on the amendment.
AM 2616 is adopted. Mr. Clerk, you have a motion on the desk.
I do, Mr. President. Senator Stinner would move to invoke cloture pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
It is a ruling of the chair that there has been full and fair debate afforded to LB 1014. Senator Stinner, for what purpose do you rise?
I would like a call of the House and a roll call vote in reverse order, please.
There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
28 ayes, 5 nays, 29 nays, 5 nays, Mr. President, to place the House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. All unexcused members are present. Members, the first vote is the motion to invoke cloture. There's been a request for a roll call vote in reverse order. Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Senator Wishart, voting yes. Senator Williams, voting yes. Senator Wayne, voting yes. Senator Walls, voting yes. Senator Vargas, voting yes. Senator Stinner, voting yes. Senator Slama, voting no. Senator Sanders, voting no. Senator Pansy Brooks, voting yes. Senator Pauls, Senator Merman, not voting. Senator Moser, voting yes. Senator Moorfield, voting yes. Senator McKinney, voting yes. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator McAllister, voting yes. Senator Lowe, not voting. Senator Linehan, not voting. Senator Lindstrom, Senator Lathrop, voting yes. Senator Coulterman, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Hunt, voting yes. Senator Hughes, Senator Hickelman, voting yes. Senator Hilgers, voting yes. Senator Matt Hansen, voting yes. Senator Ben Hansen, voting yes. Senator Holleran, not voting. Senator Gregert, voting yes. Senator Geist, Senator Friesen, not voting. Senator Flood, voting yes. Senator Erdman, not voting. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Senator Day, voting yes. Senator Clements, not voting. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Breesy, voting no. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Bostar, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Arch, not voting. Senator Albright, voting no. Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator Friesen did, no? Okay. 34 ayes, 4 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to invoke cloture.
The motion to invoke cloture is adopted. Members, we will now vote on the advancement of LB 1014 to ENR for engrossing. All those in favor say aye. Been a request for a machine vote. All those in favor vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Have all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
33 ayes, 7 nays, Mr. President, on the advancement of the bill.
LB 1014 is advanced. I raise a call. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Thank you, Mr. President. New resolution 392, Senator Friesen study resolution. Amendment, Senator Friesen to 344A. Senator Friesen to 1014. Senator Linehan to 1014. And Senator Linehan to 1014. That's all that I have, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Returning to the agenda, I believe we're LB 1016.
Mr. President, 1016 is on general file. It was a bill originally introduced by the Business and Labor Committee. It is a bill for equaling the claims against the state. It appropriates funds for the payment of certain claims and provides for the payment of claims. Introduced in January 18, that time referred to Business and Labor. Bill is advanced to general file. I have pending those committee amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Ben Hansen, you are recognized to open on LB 1083.
Thank you, Mr. President. If everyone remembers, colleagues, that I opened on this already from last time we brought it on. I read the opening. This is the state claims bill, the accepted state claims bill. Previously, we passed a denial claims bill from before. I believe that was 1084. So these are the accepted claims bill. I read through them when I was on the microphone last time. They explained just briefly about where they were going, which departments, and the claim write-offs and the workers' compensation claims. And so with that, I will take any questions if anybody has any. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Mr. Clerk, there are committee amendments from the Business and Labor Committee. Senator Hansen, you are recognized to address your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an amendment that I got from the Department of Labor that added on 3 other workers' compensation claims because they came in later after 4 of them, excuse me, after we did the bill. And also there is a decrease in the claims write-off, I believe from the Department of Labor on here, from $254,000 down to approximately $177,000. So we just had to add those in, and that's what this amendment entails. It adds on a few more workers' compensation claims and a decrease in the amount of claims write-off. And that's pretty much what the amendment is. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Mr. Clerk, for an amendment.
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to bracket the bill until March 31st.
Senator Cavanaugh, you are recognized to open on your bracket motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry, so how long do I have to open?
10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So Senator Ben Hansen and I talked about this a little bit, so he knows that I am taking time. And I did have a question for him initially, but I found the answer in this enormous book. I love literature. It's the LFO Directory of State Agency Programs and Funds. Okay, so there is on this bill, on the amendment, the committee amendment, it takes 400, page 2, line 4, it takes $425,000 from a revolving fund. And so, being the curious person that I am, I wanted to figure out what that revolving fund was. So going back to the first page, it actually tells you that the revolving fund is the workers' compensation claims revolving fund. And the claims included in this section shall be paid through Program 593 and Agency 65. So Agency 65, I looked up in the front of this book, is the Department of Administrative Services, which makes sense. And then Program 593 is the workers' compensation claim. So to fund all state workers' compensation costs, this program provides statutory benefits for state officials and employees, including the university and state colleges, who are injured while performing duties within the course and scope of their state responsibilities. The program goals focus on providing medical care to injured employees and returning them to employment quickly, reviewing and making payment of all claims in a timely manner, and working cooperatively with the agency personnel, the Attorney General's office, and treating professionals. So there is, wow, $18 million in this fund right now. So I will ask Senator Ben Hansen to yield to a question a little bit to give him time to find an answer. I don't think it actually says how the revolving fund is funded, where that money comes from. Maybe it does in an earlier agency claim, but that is a question that I would have. In a few minutes, I will ask the senator to yield to that. Okay, so this bill is paying out state claims. And in reading over the, was it the original bill? No. So their state claims can be paid, anything from 0 to 5,000 can be paid by this commission that doesn't need anything in any approval. And then after that, it's 5,000 to 50,000 has to go through a more arduous level of approval. And then anything over 50,000 requires the legislature's approval. So these are claims made, workman's comp claims made against the state that are over $50,000. And there's one for $125,000 for a claim. And I am curious what these claims are about, because that is a lot of money, $125,000. And so this one is to pay, sorry, Rick Havey. I'm looking, I'm trying to be quick, sorry. Through the testimony. So this is one of those things that's like a function of government. This and like passing the budget are things we have to do. And so it's something that oftentimes, like my first year, we moved these these bills and I had no idea what they were. People just said, oh, we have to do them. Like, okay, we have to. I don't know what happens if we don't, but it's always, you know, err on the side of caution, I guess. So I'm trying to figure out, I don't see where this person's claim is outlined, what it's for. Submission to be slightly. Previous submissions are $10. Okay. No. I am getting out of control with the amount of paper I have on my desk. It's becoming problematic. I apologize. Keeping everything from the budget at the ready. Oh, in the testimony, that is where the 5,000 information came from, and it was from Alan Simpson, the risk manager for the state of Nebraska. But I do believe at some point there was testimony as to why these specific claims needed to be paid, and I'm trying to find that information. Would Senator Ben Hansen yield to a question?
Senator Hansen, would you yield?
I will. Yes.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. I'm trying to find, I have the transcript from your hearing, and I'm just trying to figure out what the different claims were. Do you recall any of so there's, the first one is the 125,000. Do you recall what the claim was for?
Paige just handed you a sheet that has a summary of each one right there. So
That is
has all of
fantastic.
them on there, has workers compensation claims and indemnification claims too.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for that. I have one more question. The revolving fund, as I mentioned, I found where that is on page 589 of our funds book, but it doesn't say how it is, like where that money comes from. And there's $18 million in that fund, and we're expending like 400,000. So do you know, or can you get me an answer about that?
Yes, actually, if you flip to page 619.
Okay.
In the Department of Administrative Services, they do have a synopsis of how that works.
Okay, page 619. So it's an insurance policy. So does that money just sit there then, the 18 million?
Until it is used, yes. And it's similar to an insurance policy is what they say. It operates similar to an insurance policy. Those who have claims, those who don't, they subsidize those claims. It's the way they have the authority to charge agencies premium for workers' compensation claims. Depending on how many workers' compensation claims that they might have is probably what their premium is going to be.
So this is like state agencies are paying within this fund?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I appreciate that. Okay, I'll leave you from questions for the moment. So the 125,000 is for an individual who alleges he was injured on November 1, 2019 while working as a high voltage electrician for the University of Nebraska. He was maneuvering the portable light trailer by hand when the tongue jack collapsed and pinched the left hand between the hitch and the ground. That sounds yikes. How much time do I have, Mr. President?
150.
Okay. All right, there's a few more to talk about, so I will hold off on that, and I'm also going to get my readers because this is very small print. So I will yield the remainder of my time right now to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Debate is now open. Senator Clements, you are recognized. Senator Clements waives his opportunity. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was trying to have a quick conversation before I had to talk again. So, okay. The next one is Kenneth Rizak, and he alleges he was injured on May 14th, 2013, while working as a Tech 2. He injured his low back and received a loss of earning capacity, assigning permanent total disability. And his claim is for $100,000. That dates back to 2013. Would Senator Ben Hansen, I'm sorry, would you yield to another question?
Senator Hansen, would you yield?
Yes.
Thank you. So this claim of $100,000 dates back to 2013. Do you recall the details as to why it took so long?
I do not know. And some of these claims I do not have some information on because they went to claims court. They went through a hearing or a trial, and then some of it is even being held confidential. It could be. This is what the information that I have is what you have in front of you.
Okay.
It's kind of a summary of what they're explaining and how some of this stuff happened. I know there may be some other people who might be able to answer your question better off the microphone. I can help you out with that if you need to.
So these are walk me through this a little bit. So these are claims that have gone through the small claims court and they had a payment that was over the 50,000, and that's why they come then to the Business and Labor Committee?
From my understanding, yes. And we then have to have a hearing, they have to explain what they are, and they have to go onto the floor for us to approve it, anything over 50,000.
And it's not necessarily, it's not the individuals that are receiving the payment that are coming to the hearing, it's the different entity agencies that are involved?
Yes.
So I think I saw Department of Transportation maybe came. So one of them must be related to, like, did the agencies that that the workman's comp claim was from, did they come and testify, or how does that work?
The Attorney General's office did.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. See, there is one from the Department of Transportation. This one is for writing off a bill. I don't know that it's part of this
I
bill.
don't know what you're looking at.
It's the testimony from Jeff Schroeder from the Department of Transportation asking us to write off, requesting the bill totaling 327,000. Sorry, this is, this seems like it's with the wrong bill, but it says it's this bill. So I'll ask a page to come make a copy to give to you, and then maybe just confusing. But anyways, thank you, Senator Hansen.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, so I appreciate your patience with me, Senator Hansen. The next one is 150,000 workers comp, and it is someone who was injured while working for the Department of Corrections on or about December 7th, 2018 and February 27th, 2019. He injured his left knee and lower back while conducting an area check of the external yard and slipped on ice that was covered by snow. Okay. That's unfortunate.
1 minute.
Thank you. And then the next one is Billy Maxwell, a gentleman who alleged he was injured on January 10 and 28, 2012 while working. He injured multiple body parts that required medical treatment and surgery when he tripped on a piece of plywood in an area under renovation. And that one's for 50,000. Wow, that took 10 years to get to us. Wow. Okay, I will yield the remainder of my time right now and get back in the queue. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator DeBoer, you are recognized.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I accidentally pushed my button when I was trying to push a different one, so that is all.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Senator Kavanaugh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is this my last time and then my closing?
You still have your closing.
Okay, thank you. So, all right, I'm back to the claims and then this. So this bill is a small, can you give a copy to Senator Hansen? Thank you. Sorry, conducting some side business here on copies. Okay, so this is the bill, the state claims bill. And I've had people asking what I'm doing. I'm taking time. That's what I'm doing. I'm taking time. Why? Because I can. Whenever others aren't taking time, I'll take time to slow things down and to see if those that are negotiating on some mythical negotiation somewhere on an undisclosed location can reach some sort of agreement that can get this body to move forward in a productive way. So I'm going to just take time until that time. A little bit of a pun, sorry. Okay. So Senator Ben Hansen, if you have a chance to just look at, well, maybe he's, if you have a chance to, I'm not going to ask you to yield now, but if you have a chance to look at that, and then maybe we can talk about that in a few minutes. So other testimony comes from the general counsel on the behalf of the Department of Labor, and they have 3 separate claims for write-off this year. The Department of Labor is seeking write-off both unemployment insurance benefit and a tax debt, and debts occurred through the Contractor Registration and Wage Payment and Collections Act. As you may recall, NDOL first started writing off debt in 2018 and promised to go forward on an annual basis. We continue to honor that promise, and this year added the labor standards programs. For the claim, and it gives the claim numbers, Department of Labor is seeking to write off $935,864.89. 89 cents is key. In unpaid unemployment insurance taxes and payments in lieu of contributions and reimbursements. And $4,865,177.18 in penalties and accrued interest. So I think I'm missing the fiscal note on this. I was thinking it was that 400,000, but maybe it's larger than that. Sorry, here we go. Okay, so the total fiscal note for this LB 1083 is 9.2 million for writing off, which we know we can afford to do because we have 18.5 million in the fund that this would come from. It would be interesting to learn more about how we get to $4.8 million in 1 year that needs to be written off in penalties and accrued interest. How I don't understand how that works. The unemployment tax debts accrue at 18% interest. The total tax write-off is $5,801,042.07. This number consists of 119 separate employer accounts that the department has determined uncollectible. Yikes, 5.8 million. And then there's another claim, write-off $254,728.26 in unemployment insurance benefit overpayments. So we are writing off overpayments. Okay. This number consists of 157 individual claimants and 231 total overpayments to the that the department has determined uncollectible. There is no statute of limitations on any of the aforementioned debt, so the Nebraska Department of Labor is seeking to write off this uncollectible debt. Oh, so then it might not just be from the past year, it could be from...
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Kavanaugh, you are recognized to close on your bracket motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Okay, so since there's nobody, and I do intend to pull this, so please give me a heads up when I'm about out of time. Okay, the Department of Labor goes through similar lengths for unemployment insurance benefit overpayments before an unemployment insurance benefit debt is determined uncollectible. The overpayment has gone through several collections attempts. The Department of Labor has statutory authority to collect through civil action, offset against future benefits, set off against any state income tax refund, and set off against federal income tax refunds if the overpayment is due to fraud or misreported earnings. If a claimant has filed for benefits since the debt was established, the department has attempted to recoup the overpayment. Some may have had levies placed on their wages. Of the 231 overpayments proposed for write-off, collection for all debt has been attempted through edge of our seats through the Department of Revenue state income tax offset program, and 52 of the debts were run through the IRS income tax refund offset program system to attempt collection against federal income tax refunds. 38 of the debts were discharged in bankruptcy. The Department of Labor makes every effort to collect all outstanding debts and has litigated collection efforts in both state and federal courts to put the benefit write-off of $637,508 in perspective. In 2021 alone, the department collected $2.2 million in benefit overpayments. All the unemployment debts proposed for write-off have been the subject of multiple collection efforts. The Department of Labor is seeking to write off all debts over 5 years old that have not had a repayment of any kind in the last 3 years, debts that have been written off through bankruptcy, and debts of business that have closed. So for the next claim, they are writing off $230,330, which consists of 267 contractor registration act fee requests at $40 per contractor in the sum of $10,680. Contractor registration fees go to the contractor and professional employer organization registration cash fund. 267 contractor registration act citation fees in the sum of $138,150. The citation fee goes to the school fund, and 2 wage payment and collection act citation fees in the sum of $81,500. These citation fees go to the school fund. The contractors under Contract Registration Act write-off are unable to be located by the Department of Labor, and multiple collection efforts have been pursued. The citation fees under the Wage Payment and Collection Act were incurred by 2 employers who were going out of business and did not have the funds to make final payroll. The Department of Labor has no way to pursue those citations as they no longer operate in Nebraska. This is the first time the department requested a write-off for our labor standards program. This concludes, okay, sorry, I was reading somebody's testimony. This concludes their testimony. So kind of fascinating stuff. When you're not on a committee and these technical bills come through, you think they're kind of boring, but this one's pretty interesting. Mr. President, how much time do I have left?
1:15.
Okay, I am going to go ahead and pull my motion. Thank you.
Your motion is withdrawn. Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Moving to debate. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you are recognized.
They want it. Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so we've got then the testimony from Michael Greenlee, attorney, Department of Health and Human Services, is testifying, I believe, about specific Section 3 would permit the Department of Health and Human Services to write off certain debts owed for fiscal or accounting purposes and to provide additional information. The total debt for which DHHS is requesting write-off authorization is in the amount of $2.573,279.27. It just really, I find it so funny when we have like 27 cents when it's over $2 million. When you do your taxes, they just have you round up. The requested write-off amount relates to debts owed to DHHS by way of assistance provided through 15 different programs. The debts are due to overpayments made for services provided for which we have not been reimbursed. Would Senator Hansen yield to a question?
Senator Hansen, would you yield?
Of course.
Thank you. So this, I didn't know that this was part of it. So this 2.5 million from DHHS is writing off for services that were provided but hadn't been reimbursed. Who would be the person who would be doing the reimbursing?
Who is it? Yeah, are you talking about Medicaid funding?
Is that, it doesn't specify it in the testimony.
Yes, that's primarily probably what it is. I
So-
can check and make sure, if you know, but.
So we are providing $2.5 million in Medicaid services, but not getting reimbursed for them?
It might be sometimes people who have used Medicaid and they pass away, and so it's uncollectible debt. It might be funds that they couldn't get back through other means through collections. So there's various reasons, from my understanding, about why some of this is uncollectible.
Okay. That's interesting. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I guess maybe I should have continued reading the rest of the letter, because it says the debt being submitted for write-off is being submitted because, one, the debtor has passed away with no probate being filed. So thank you, Senator Ben Hansen. Or two, because the debtor had the debt discharge in bankruptcy. Or three, because the applicable statute of limitations has passed, including money owed from persons who remained on needs-based assistance. The majority of this year's submissions, nearly 85%, fall within the third category. So because the applicable statute of limitations has passed, including money owed from persons who remained on needs-based assistance. Okay. Well, Senator Hansen, I appreciate you answering my questions. I'll yield the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hansen, you are recognized to close on AM 2142. Senator Hansen waives closing. Members, the question is the advancement or the adoption of AM 2142 to LB 1083. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
33 ayes, no nays on adoption of committee amendments.
AM 2142 is adopted. Returning to debate. Seeing no one in the queue. Senator Hansen, you are recognized to close. Senator Hansen waives closing. Members, the question is the advancement of LB 1083 to ENR initial. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
34 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on the advancement of LB 1083.
LB 1083 is advanced. Mr. Clerk, do you have any items?
I have nothing at this time, Mr. President.
Moving back to the agenda, we move to LB 902.
Mr. President, 902. It's a bill by Senator Aguilar. It's a bill for equity in the post-secondary education, adopts the Nebraska Career Scholarship Act. The bill was introduced on January 7 of this year. Referred to the education for public hearing, advanced to general file. There are committee amendments pending, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Aguilar, you're recognized to open on LB 902.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the body. Good evening, and good evening, Nebraska. LB 902 creates the Nebraska Career Scholarship Act. This legislation codifies a program that was developed in collaboration between Governor Ricketts, the legislature, and the higher education sector, and it existed in this budget since 2020. Career scholarship dollars are currently sent out to the community college system, private colleges, university system, and the state college system. These scholarships are targeted to students pursuing degrees in programs that are needed in our local communities. The purpose of the program is to create a strong tie to the communities across the state that need workforce, such as Norfolk, Columbus, Grand Island, and North Platte. LB 902 was advanced unanimously from the Education Committee with an amendment that Chairperson Waltz will explain. Before that, I'd like to continue to give background on this important program. Some of our state's largest cities do not have four-year college, and I represent one of them, Grand Island. Other first-class cities with populations greater than 20,000 without four-year colleges are Norfolk, Columbus, Scottsbluff-Garring, and North Platte. According to a study prepared for Central Nebraska, Hall County has fewer bachelor degrees than the state average. My community recognizes the looming impact of automation and the need to attract higher skilled workers to ensure that Grand Island can remain competitive for our largest employers and create new job opportunities. While it is unlikely that a four-year college will relocate to Grand Island, the partnership our community has developed with Wayne State College allows my community the ability to host college seniors who will work full-time in local businesses for credit while living in Grand Island's downtown district, of which we are very proud. From the mayor of Grand Island to the Chamber of Commerce to the economic development volunteers and staff, creating a dense urban environment downtown has been a priority. This partnership gives Grand Island a meaningful fighting chance to increase our higher skilled workforce and attract young talent. Norfolk's effort has been a model for what we want to accomplish. Their effort was adopted by the State College System Board of Trustees in 2020 after Governor Ricketts proposed that the legislature gave the green light to the Career Scholarship Program. What I'm asking the legislature to approve this session is expanded funding to begin the same process in Grand Island. Again, Chairperson Waltz will explain more about that in the committee amendment. The additional funding in this bill allows the Wayne State Co-op program in Grand Island to begin with 25 students in its first cohort this fall. And these students will begin living in downtown Grand Island in the fall of 2025. Tuition to attend Wayne State annually is about $5,000. The scholarship pays $2,500 in the freshman year, $3,000 in the sophomore year, $3,500 in the junior year, and $5,000 plus housing and for a total of $15,000 their senior year in Grand Island. We will see in AM 2194 and LB 902A that we are requesting an additional $50,000 to be drawn from the general fund to support the growth of this cohort in Grand Island. During the next biennium, the state colleges will request that $240,000 in additional funding be allocated toward this initiative, growing to a total of $600,000 in fiscal year 26. I would like to thank Senator Flood for his help with this bill, Nicole Barrett from Senator Waltz's office for her work on the amendment, the Education Committee for unanimously advancing this bill, the 9 senators who co-sponsored this bill, and I'm also thankful for the broad bipartisan support it has received. I would appreciate your support for this important bill for the communities across the state to aid them in their efforts to expand their workforce with graduates from Nebraska colleges and universities. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Clerk, for an amendment.
Mr. President, the Education Committee would offer committee amendments AM 2194.
Senator Walls, you are recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, thank you, Senator Aguilar, for bringing this bill. It had a lot of support and came out of the committee, as you said, unanimously. AM 2194 substitutes for the bill, making the following changes to the introduced green copy. It reverts some of the program changes back to the intent of what has been included in the original program as established in the budget bills to finish 4 years of the original program unchanged. It then implements a process for making revisions to the program, specifically modifying eligible programs of study beginning with the academic year 2024 and 2025. This process has the Board of Regents, state colleges, and private colleges working with the Department of Economic Development to determine eligible programs based on workforce needs in the state. It changes the way the Department of Economic Development allocates the money to community colleges and private colleges in future years by simply stating that the amount for each group shall be the amount appropriated in the budget bill each year. Finally, it provides intent language to appropriate $50,000 for the upcoming fiscal year 2022-2023 from the general fund to the Nebraska State Colleges for cooperative programs with Wayne State College. I believe Senator Aguilar will explain this a bit further when he introduces the A bill, which is up next on the agenda. These changes were supported by Senator Aguilar, the post-secondary institutions, interested lobbyists, and the governor's office. They were adopted unanimously by the committee. I encourage a green vote on the committee amendment and the underlying bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Walls. Debate is now open. Seeing no one in the queue. Oh, excuse me, Senator Erdman, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was wondering if Senator Aguilar would yield to a question.
Senator Aguilar, will you yield?
Yes, I will.
Senator Aguilar, this is an appropriations for not this year, but next year and the year after, right?
Yes, I think there is money coming this year yet, though.
It says 22, 23, and then 24, 25.
I stand corrected.
I just was curious about that. So this is the intent, right? This is, your intent is to do this. We can't appropriate this money. It's the intent to do that in those following 2 years.
Yeah, I understand that.
So was this your idea, or did somebody bring this to you? This bill?
Are you talking about the bill in general?
Yes.
Well, as I said in the opening, the idea came from a program that Mike Flood introduced, Senator Flood introduced for Norfolk a couple of years ago.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman.
Thank you, Senators Erdman and Aguilar. Senator Flood waves. Seeing no one left in the queue, the question before the body is the adoption of AM 2194. All those in favor vote aye, opposed nay. Has everyone voted? Mr. Clerk?
35 ayes, no nays on adoption of committee amendments.
AM 2194 is adopted. Senator Aguilar, you are welcome to close on LB 902.
I just again like to thank everyone and encourage you to vote green on this for the communities, for the students, and for the businesses throughout our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Question before the body is the advancement of LB 902 to ENR initial. All those in favor vote aye, opposed nay. Has everyone voted? Mr. Clerk?
36 ayes, no nays on the advance on 902.
LB 902 advances. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
902A is a bill by Senator Aguilar that appropriates funds to implement the provisions of 902.
Senator Aguilar, you are welcome to open on 902A.
Thank you, Mr. President. LB 902A simply funds the Nebraska Career Scholarship Act by taking $50,000 from the general fund to start up the Wayne State College collaboration in Grand Island. There is also included in the appropriation to this program for $3 million from the general fund for state aid for the career scholarship, Nebraska Career Scholarships. Again, I would ask you to vote on LB 902A and the underlying bill as well. Thank you. Please vote green.
Thank you, Senator Aguilar. Debate is now open on LB 902A. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Aguilar, you're welcome to close. Senator Aguilar waives closing. The question before us is the advancement of 902A to ENR initial. All those in favor say aye. Oh, excuse me, we're on general file, my apologies. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
29 A's, no nays on the advancement of the A bill, Mr. President.
LB 902A advances. Next item.
Legislative Bill 1069, a bill introduced by Senator Williams, relates to the Rural Workforce Housing Development Act, redefines terms that changes provisionally into the Workforce Housing Grant Program, annual fund certification, annual audit, and return of funds. Introduced on January 18 of this year, referred to the Business and Labor Committee, advanced to general file. I do not have committee amendments. I do have other amendments to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator Williams, you're welcome to open on LB 1069.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, colleagues. I'm here to introduce my priority bill for this year, LB 1069, which would update the Rural Workforce Housing Investment Act. This bill was heard, as you just heard, by the government or the Business and Labor Committee. There was no opposition testimony. It was advanced on a 7-0 vote and supported by the bankers, the realtors, and the home builders across our state. Over the past several years, Nebraska has been battling the issue of workforce shortages. It is estimated that there are over 50,000 unfilled jobs and only approximately 20,000 people seeking employment. This was a problem before COVID, and now it has even gotten worse. In addition to a worker shortage, we also have a significant shortage of available workforce housing. Again, with COVID, we have seen increases in building costs, supply chain delays, and fewer contractors amplifying the problem. We clearly have a continuing need, particularly in our rural areas. And we have a proven method of addressing this need through the Rural Workforce Housing Investment Act. I'll give a little bit of history. In 2017, I introduced LB 518, which created the act and used $7 million from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. This bill was heard by the Business and Labor Committee and advanced, and it was their committee's priority bill in 2017. Thank you. In 2018, DED awarded the $7 million to 14 nonprofit development companies to fund housing projects in rural areas all across our state. By 2021, over $110 million had been invested in rural workforce housing, resulting in over 800 homes being built. Those homes mostly are paying property tax. The builders paid income tax. The people living in these homes paid income tax and sales tax on the building itself. The program was oversubscribed, so we stepped up again in 2020 and appropriated $10 million in general funds to do a second round of grants through the program. Again, the program was fully subscribed. and I believe approximately 17 awards to nonprofit development companies were granted. Because most of the projects are using revolving fund arrangements, the local programs just keep growing. It's the gift that keeps giving. This program has been one of the most successful DED programs ever, a 15-to-1 return on the investment and growing. This program has allowed us to build hundreds of houses across all of rural Nebraska. Today, we are asking for your help again to continue this program. I've introduced 3 bills. You've heard about them this session. This bill, 1069, there's 1070 and 1071 also. This gives us the flexibility to use some ARPA dollars and couple that with some additional cash fund dollars. 1069, which is in front of you today, simply updates and makes a few changes to the act. Now that DED has operated the program for several years, we have discovered a few changes that we believe will enhance and improve the program for the future. During the summer and fall, we held several stakeholder meetings with people using the program and DED staff. Several of the changes are cleanup and technical in nature. They include a classification in the definition of matching funds that ensures that statewide political subdivisions may contribute matching funds. 2, a clarification in the definition of nonprofit development organizations that ensures that local nonprofit development organizations are included. A clarification in the definition of workforce housing that ensures funds from the National Housing Trust Fund are excluded. And it also removes an unnecessary requirement that a nonprofit workforce housing investment fund be certified annually by the Department of Economic Development. There are a few substantive changes, and those are as follows. First of all, LB 1069 extends the program through 2026 to 2027. That's 5 years. And the funding that we have put in place through 1070 and 1071 also extend that for those 5 years. Second, it increases the limit on the cost of construction for owner-occupied homes to $325,000 and rentals to $250,000. That has been a major stumbling block as we saw supply chains and cost of housing and materials go up significantly. Several of the projects over the past year have struggled maintaining the previous level of $285,000 for a single-family dwelling. Number 3, it lowers the required local match. We have done this with a 1-to-1 match. This would lower the match to a $1 of local funding for every $2 contributed through the act. It also lowers the financial oversight from requiring an annual audit to requiring a financial review. And it also allows the department to make the determination relative to the cumulative amount an individual grantee may receive each year. Clearly, we have a need. We have a method that we have used to solve that need through this program, and that is what we are here to continue with LB 1069. As the clerk stated, there are amendments, and Mr. President, I would have that be my opening, and then I would like to move to the amendments.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Williams, first amendment I have is 1867 with the note you wish to withdraw that.
That's correct.
Mr. President, Senator Williams will move to amend with AM 2299.
Senator Williams, you're welcome to open on AM 2299.
Thank you, Mr. President. AM 2299 simply clarifies a couple of minor things. First of all, you may remember that when we passed 518 in 2017, the money came from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. The act still contained language that if there were funds left over, those would go back to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. That would have been the right thing to do. But now, going forward, since 2020, the funds have come directly from, in essence, the general fund or the cash reserve. So AM 2299 places those monies back to the general fund rather than the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. The second thing the amendment does is it clarifies the language on the matching grant to be certain that everyone understands that it is a 1-for-2 grant program. Those are the changes. I'd be happy to answer questions about how the program has worked and where we go from here and why it is necessary to continue this. Also, Senator Vargas has an amendment coming up that will add the middle income housing for the urban areas into 1069, and I fully support that program. That has always also been very successful. With that, I would encourage your green votes on AM 2299 and the underlying LB 1069. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Williams. Debate is now open on AM 2299. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've spoken many times on this issue, and I really applaud the efforts by Senator Williams to bring this forward. This is an important bill for rural Nebraska in particular. I've watched in several communities how they've utilized this. I was recently in Aurora, Nebraska, and looked at the work that they did. They've created a housing subdivision. It was a soybean field a year ago. Today, it's growing up in houses. I think it's important that people remember that as a developer, when you're going out in these rural communities and you're going to build a subdivision with multiple new housing, you're likely going to come in, annex in adjacent farmland to the community to be able to build a large enough area to put in a subdivision and build a housing area. And anyone that goes out and does development and has done development understands that any profits in a development come on the back end, not on the front end. You've got significant infrastructure costs. I did visit with the folks in Aurora to really understand what they were doing, how they were using not only these dollars, but how they were funding this project to be able to make it happen and make the housing affordable. They indicated, I think, that the city is contributing some of the infrastructure costs to help bring that infrastructure cost down, and then they're using this program to build substantial housing in that area. Again, I would just tell you that our rural communities are running out of housing, and a lot of this housing is aging. And as you look at, and particularly we're seeing this in North Platte, as we're starting to look at ramping up more employment, I don't know how we're going to create the housing. That's what we're struggling with. And that's why I've been going around to different areas, seeing what they're doing. Rather than reinventing the wheel, I like to see projects that have worked and try to figure out how they've done it successfully. This program does indeed work. It's a great program. And I think it's one way that we're going to solve the problem. Not the only one. This is one of the tools in the toolbox, but I think it's a very effective one. I would encourage you to vote for the bill and the underlying amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Erdman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, my comments will come as no surprise to anybody. I'm voting against 1069. I've never been able to figure out why the government has to build housing. So I'm going to ask Senator Williams a question if he'd yield.
Senator Williams, will you yield?
Certainly.
Senator Williams, why doesn't a private investor, why doesn't a contractor, whoever's building these houses, do this without the government's help?
Well, I would tell you if there are private investors that were willing to do this, that would be preferable and they would be doing it. The plain fact is they're not available and they're not doing it.
And why would you think they're not doing it?
Because there is too much risk involved with it. The infrastructure costs to do this, where you have to buy the land, put in the streets and sewers, and knowing that you're not going to be able to build enough houses quick enough to recoup those costs, it takes the normal developers out of the market.
Are they aren't these houses available to use TIF?
In some cases, TIF has been used. In most cases, not at this point, but it can be used.
Okay, so you're talking about changing this from a 1-to-1 to 1-to-2. So what on a $325,000 house, what would the grant be on that house?
Well, the grant is not on a house, it's on an entire project. It doesn't subsidize a house, if that's what you're looking at and asking.
Okay, so on an entire project, what would be the percentage?
Well, they would be in for, if you applied for a $1 million grant, you would have to raise 500,000 locally to put into it. So $1.5 million project, the local match would be 500,000 under the proposed with 1069.
So it's 1/3, right? 1/3?
Yes.
Okay. So a development project's greater than $1 million, would you agree?
Oftentimes they can be.
Okay, so then they have to raise this, under the current proposal, under the current rules, they have to raise, under that $1.5 million, have to raise 750,000, right?
No, under the current rules, they'd have to raise $1 million. The match is 1-to-1 under the current
1-to-1?
rules.
Well, if you said it was $1.5 million project, they'd have to raise,
Yes.
yeah, 750, right? Okay.
And the maximum grant is $1 million.
So earlier in the day, I think you spoke with, answered questions for Senator Albright about how many houses have been built. Could you share that with me again? I thought you said 7,000. What did you say? How many
There's
houses have been built?
with the first program, with the $7 million that the state invested, to date, there are over 800 housing units
Okay.
built with that.
Okay.
I don't know how many have been done with the second project yet, because those just went out last year.
Okay. I heard you say 7. I didn't know what that, I didn't understand that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators Erdman and Williams. Senator Ben Hansen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize to Senator Williams for not kind of bringing some of these questions beforehand. When I was looking at the bill, thinking about a couple of things, I did vote this bill out of committee, but I did maybe just had a couple questions of Senator Williams, if he would yield, please.
Senator Williams, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you. I didn't ask this in committee, or maybe I did, but we're increasing the amount of the cost of the house that we're going to build from 250 to 325.
From 285 to 325.
That's it, 325. Okay. And I was just hoping maybe you can explain a little bit why we had that increase.
We had the increase because many of the communities that were involved with the program were struggling getting homes built for workforce or middle income and keeping the price 285. Part of that was due to supply chain issues and increased building costs during the period of time.
Okay. The only reason I ask that is typically the average cost to build a home in the state of Nebraska is about $85 to $95 a square foot. And if they build a house, that's about $325,000. It comes out to about a 3,000 square foot home.
I think if you would look at those figures, you're up closer now to $200 a square foot to build a house, not 85
Okay.
or 90.
It very well could be, yeah. These are just the most recent numbers I got, but yeah, because of cost supply chain issues, I'm sure that's probably higher. That was, and also for a rental home goes from 200 to 250.
That's correct.
Okay. And for the same reasons as previously?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you, Senator Williams. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Hansen and Williams. Senator Coltman, you're recognized.
Good evening, colleagues. I'll try again. I rise in support of LB 1069 and AM 2299. I've been in the development business as a partner for probably 20 years in Seward, Nebraska, with an entity, and we've developed private developments, usually ranging from 20 lots at a time. And I will tell you, at today's prices, it's getting harder and harder to find people that want to do that kind of development. When you start looking at the costs involved, you look at the cost of the land itself, you look at the cost of the engineering, the cost of the materials to put in the things like the water and the sewer, and it just becomes unbearable. And there's a tremendous amount of risk involved with that. And then once you get the development put together with 20 lots, you have to find somebody that's willing to commit to buying those lots at whatever cost you have invested. So if you're investing $1 million and you've got 20 lots, you got to get back your $1 million plus a small profit. So the people that are doing these developments are people that have the ability to cover that risk. And I will tell you, it's getting harder and harder as the prices of land inflate, as the prices of material inflate, as the builders become less and less, the ability to find people that want to work. This is a risk. And for some small towns, if we don't have the help available to them as a state, we won't see these housing developments increase in these small communities. So I support this from the perspective of it's not a super lot amount of money, but it is something that can help a community. Like, I think the first one that subscribed to this was in Senator Friesen's district. It was Aurora, and it's successful. I think York subscribed to it. They've been very successful. So I would encourage you green vote on LB 1069 and AM 2299. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Coulterman. Senator Erdman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman, it hurts my throat to hear you talk. Sorry about that. Anyway, so I was wondering if Senator Williams would answer a couple more questions. Senator Hansen brought to mind one that I didn't ask.
Senator Williams, will you yield?
Certainly.
Senator Williams, in my earlier conversation, I asked about individual houses, and you said this is not for individual houses. So if it's not for individual houses, but a subdivision, what difference does it make what the value is? You said you're raising it from 285 to 325. If it's not for individual houses, why do we need to raise the value?
Because the goal is still to match the price of the home to what the cost of a home would be. So if the nonprofit development corporation has to invest in a project, for instance, $500,000 doing what Senator Coulterman was saying, buying the land, putting in the infrastructure, and then they have to hire a contractor to build a home, the hope is that they can recoup some of that cost back. And right now, those homes are costing above $300,000 to build that home that is somewhere around a 1450 square foot with a full basement, unfinished, and a two-car garage.
Okay. So if you do the math, you got a $325,000 house, you put 50 down, mortgage 275. I don't know what the interest rates are today, but your payment, your mortgage could be $1,500 a month. Your property tax would be $500 a month, and your insurance is probably going to be $250 a month. So you're talking $2,400 a month on your escrow payment. That is a pretty significant load for somebody to bear. You being a banker, what kind of income would someone need to be able to afford a $2,400 mortgage?
Most of these people will be dual income families, and a teacher or two teachers, a nurse, a teacher, those kind of things. I think they have sufficient income to do that in the, with 100 to 125,000 of income.
So you're saying 125,000 would be sufficient?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for answering those questions. I appreciate it. But it still doesn't change my opinion. I was opposed to it when it came up. I'll be opposed to it again. And it could be 41-1. It doesn't make any difference, but that's where I'll be. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman and Senator Williams. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I enjoyed the conversation here because I think it's always an important opportunity to educate people as to the process. I think it's important to remember as you move west and try to build, material costs are higher, all the subs are more expensive. So the cost to build a home in North Platte, for example, is higher than it is here in Lincoln, or it would be in Omaha, probably 15% higher. The other thing that's a little bit of a unique situation in North Platte is there's a lot of the area in North Platte you can't dig a basement. So if you can't dig a basement, now all of a sudden your living square footage goes down, and as we all know, basements are a lot more cost effective in terms of being able to build for additional square footage. So that brings another issue to the table. I think we also need to recognize that one of the challenges that we have in our part of the state, west central Nebraska in North Platte, is you're running into a situation where the current wage level, okay, for an individual, and as Senator Williams has indicated, we're talking in many cases, these would be two-income households, that your average wage is not as good, typically because we don't have the same quality of jobs. That's why sustainable beef is going to be so important, because we're going to be able to see a significant higher wage available for a lot of employees in that area. We have the Walmart Food Distribution Center that pays well. We have the railroad, who has always been our premier employer, who has certainly the highest wages paid and the best benefits, certainly jobs that we want to preserve and grow. And then you've got the hospital. So those are our major employers that are paying the higher end wages. So if you can't afford housing in our area, you move to where the better jobs are at and where housing is potentially available and affordable. And typically that means moving east or moving out of the state. So when you start looking at what do we do, there are 20 homes available in the market in North Platte today. 20. You don't want to know what those are going to look like in many cases, or how they're priced. Okay, we're beyond a housing crisis. We're behind a housing crisis at this point in time. And why do we have the housing crisis? Because of cost to build. It's unaffordable, and now interest rates are moving higher, and it's going to be even more unaffordable if we don't continue to take steps to do these kinds of programs to encourage people to go out and build more housing, contractors to get involved, communities to get involved with nonprofits or for-profit entities to build more rural workforce housing. Let's also remember that housing isn't static. Remember that you'll have people that will, I think about in North Platte, there are people that might be in 4 and 5 bedroom homes. They're widows or widowers, and they're staying in that house because they don't have a place to move to. But if they could move to a new home that's smaller, they would move out of their 4 or 5 bedroom home, and all of a sudden that's available for a younger family to move into that's more cost effective. So we need to look at the entire circle in the housing side. And I'm not a realtor. I've seen one on TV, but I'm not a realtor. And I can tell you that that's the way the process works, is you're moving from place to place, and there's a house for different incomes. And as long as you're building more houses and making more available, you'll see that movement, and you'll see more opportunities for people to buy homes. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Clements, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's been a question in my mind as to who really does the granting of these funds, and I'd like to ask Senator Williams a question.
Senator Williams, will you yield?
Certainly.
The bill talks about nonprofit organizations that does the grant funding. Would you explain what kind of nonprofits are doing this?
Certainly, Senator Clements, that's a great question. Under the bill, the definition of a nonprofit development organization means a local, regional, or statewide nonprofit development organization approved by the director, and the director is the Department of Insurance. We have many local entities that have their own development companies that are established on a nonprofit basis. They can be that. They can be a regional area or a district area. And we've had a combination with the grants that have been approved so far of all of those kind of things have been approved.
Okay, thank you. So it's a variety. There's development districts throughout the state, are there not?
There are, and they would qualify.
Okay, so this is available to anybody in the state that wants to try to apply for that, right?
That's correct.
And the person who applies for it is the builder, is that right?
No, the nonprofit development organization applies.
Oh, but they give grants to whom?
They don't necessarily give grants. That's not how the program has worked.
Oh, okay.
They receive the funds and they become, I would say in most cases, they become the developer themselves. They purchase the land, they put in the infrastructure, they hire a contractor to build the home. They then hire a realtor to sell the home, and then they recoup the funds and do it again.
Oh, when the house sells, then it goes back to this pool of money?
If that's how they've set it up, the flexibility that we have created under this program gives the nonprofit a lot of flexibility on how they handle it, but the majority of them are set up that way where they reuse the funds, which is the real beauty of this, because every time it comes back, invest it again and build another house.
All right. Thank you, Senator Williams. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clements and Senator Williams. Senator Slama, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I rise in full support of LB 1069 and AM 2299. Senator Jacobson was absolutely right when he outlined the housing crisis as beyond a crisis. And I can attest to this personally. My husband and I spent the better part of a year on Zillow and other housing websites trying to find a first home that we could afford within my district. A few popped up and they were off the market that day. We eventually lucked out this spring and were able to find an affordable first home that we could work and raise a family in. But our home buying experience was complicated not only by the housing shortage, but also by the supply chain crisis. A lot of the houses that are going up on the market today, whether you're talking in rural or urban Nebraska, are urban homes, are older homes that need some work. And with contractors and supply chain issues, that work could very easily be extended out a year or more in order to make those homes livable. So when I look at 1069, I see a wonderful opportunity to invest in our communities. And this is something that really disproportionately impacts rural areas. Senator Williams got to this point well. And the money normally doesn't line up to build new homes in rural areas, which is why we're seeing such a shortage and such an aging out of our housing stock. Hence the need for some supports. Normally, I'm a very small government person, but this is a very narrowly tailored program intended to target a very high need in our rural areas. So I stand in strong support of it and would like to thank Senator Williams for being a champion of this issue. I'm really eager to see LB 1069 and how it builds on our current program by looping in some of the higher need, lower income communities by lowering the match requirement. It's going to make a generational impact on our state, and I'm proud to support it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Mosier, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple of years ago, I couldn't jog like that. I had a couple of questions for Senator Williams, if he would respond.
Senator Williams, will you yield?
Certainly.
Thank you. I was talking to one of our fellow senators a little bit about who makes money on this thing, how does the incentive work? And so I was chatting with you about this, so I thought I might ask you on the record so people understand how it works. So the guy who, or the couple, whatever, that buys a home, they pay market price for it?
That is the way it is established, and that's the way everyone that I have seen has worked.
So if they live in it a year or so and then they flip it, they're not going to make a whole lot. And if they do, they keep the money.
They're selling it at market value. They bought it at market value, and they're selling it at market value.
So it's kind of their investment.
Yeah.
So what's the benefit of the grant program? It guarantees that the developer's not going to lose money?
Well, the developer, and I think this is where people get confused with this, there is not a normal developer in this situation. If there were a normal developer that was willing to take on the risk, they should do it, and they would do it. But what we see right now is that is not available. So the nonprofit development organization becomes, in essence, the developer. And they can reduce their risk by using the grant program to do that. The grant does not subsidize a homeowner buying the property. It does not subsidize the contractor that builds the property. They're going to contract for a property at a specific price, and that's how the program is intended to work.
Yes, I don't recall the program that we used in Columbus, but we got around $600,000 for housing development. And what they did is put in the streets and the sewer and the water and all those things, bought the land. And then they sold the lots for a better price, and with the understanding that then the homes would be priced a little bit less than the market. And they built about 40 or so homes with that. And the lots were normally, they would cost 40,000, they were 25 to 30,000. So a lot of the private developers bought several of them just to get that extra edge so that they could sell them more quickly and hopefully make more money. Well, those are just a couple of questions. You're always worried about, who's going to get the benefit of the grant. And so it sounds like we're getting housing. That's the benefit of the grant.
That's the purpose of this entire program, is to provide housing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mosher and Senator Williams. Senator Erdman, you're recognized, and this is your third opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. I listened to Senator Jacobson talking about those older folks who have a 4 or 5 bedroom house. We had that issue in Bridgeport, and some of the community people got together and built a retirement village that they rent out to those local people, because before they had that, people were moving to Scotts Bluff out of the area, and their grandkids and their kids were still in Bridgeport. So they give them an opportunity. They built several units there. They rent those for $750, $800 a month. And that unit is always full, and it freed up a lot of those homes that those people were living in that were paying a lot of property tax and had to take care of the yards. And so it freed them up to move there. And so the question that one has to ask is, why are we short of people to work in Nebraska? And so building these houses, we have to have somebody move there to fill those houses. And I talked to a person last week that transferred from Texas, had a pretty significant raise to come to Nebraska. And when they got their first paycheck, they had less money than they had in Texas, even though they'd gotten a raise because of the income tax that we have. So a house that is $325,000 in Nebraska in most communities is going to be a 2% property tax. And if it doesn't take a rocket scientist, you don't have to be an actuarial to figure out that's over $6,000 a year. That's $500 a month. So people that are looking to move somewhere aren't thinking about Nebraska. And that's why we have a shortage of workforce in Nebraska, is because our taxes are too high. And so we continue to do those things that local investors that need to make money won't do because there's too much risk or there's not enough profit, but the government can do that. That's what we do. And at some point in time, we're going to overbuild, and then we're going to have a housing a crunch again, a crash, and we're going to say, wow, we shouldn't have built all those houses. And when you talk about starter homes, basically a starter home to me has wheels under it. And that's what happened back in Kearney in the 70s when they were short of people. They built several mobile home parks, and that's where those people started. And so sometimes in the society in which we live, everybody wants to start at the place where their parents are after 40 years of work. And so I don't know if I'll get another vote, but I'm going to be red on 1069. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Williams, you're welcome to close on AM 2299.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate the discussion and that we have had this evening on this. AM 2299 simply clarifies that if there are funds left over in the program, they would go back to the general fund, which is where they're coming from, rather than the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And it also is clarifying language on the matching grant portion. That is simply what AM 2299 does. I would encourage your green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Williams. Colleagues, the question before us is the adoption of AM 2299. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
27 ayes, 4 nays, Mr. President.
AM 2299 is adopted. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Senator Vargas would move to amend AM 2303.
Senator Vargas, you're welcome to open on your AM 2303.
Thank you very much. Try to keep this brief. A lot of the questions that Senator Williams were asked actually apply to this. This is the Middle Income Workforce Housing Investment Act, signed into law in 20 by Governor Ricketts, something that he has supported and the administration has supported along with the rural workforce housing. This is simply doing three things. One, making sure that the program stays in place, extending it. Two, making sure that we're reducing the matching grant requirement to 50%. And then three, doing the clarifying changes for where the money goes when it's not utilized, going back to general funds. It is many of the similar same things as Senator Williams said in his bill, and it works very similarly, but for urban, for Lancaster, for Douglas. And I urge your support of this because it is going to make sure that we keep two good programs that are working and make sure that we're harmonizing what we did in Senator Williams into the urban workforce housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Debate is now open on AM 2303. Senator Friesen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Vargas answer some questions?
Senator Vargas, will you yield?
Yes.
So Senator Vargas, what are some of the difference between the Rural Workforce Housing Development Program and this program?
One, it's really dedicated to urban, to the urban center core. So this is really to qualified census tracts that are in Douglas or Lancaster. And this is creating the same type of opportunities, but in urban Nebraska. They have to be in qualified census tracts. So low income, high need areas.
Are the matching amounts the same?
The matching amounts are currently the same, but the same thing that we did in this one was lowering in 50%. We're proposing the same thing to lower to 50%.
So you're taking it down to the match will be 1/2 of the grant?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you, Senator Vargas. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Friesen and Senator Vargas. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Vargas, you're welcome to close on AM 2303. Senator Vargas waives closing. The question before us is the adoption of AM 2303. All in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
25 ayes, 3 nays, Mr. President, on the amendment.
AM 2303 is adopted. Mr. Clerk.
I have nothing further, Mr. President.
Colleagues, the question before us is the advancement to ENR initial of LB 10069. Senator Williams, you're welcome to close.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening again, colleagues. I again remind people that this legislation was heard in front of Business and Labor, had no opposition testimony, and was advanced on a 7-0 vote. It was supported by the bankers, the realtors, the home builders. Also, remember that the governor included $75 million in his proposed budget for workforce, rural, and the middle income program in the more urban areas. We continue to talk about a need. This solution has worked and has helped us with the need, and this program continues to improve. And with the changes that we have implemented through 1069, I think we will ensure the future for the next 5 years. This does extend the program through the 26-27 year. With that, I would encourage and ask for your green vote on my priority bill, LB 1069. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Williams. Now, members, we will vote to advance to ENR initial. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
30 ayes, 3 nays on the advancement of the bill.
LB 1069 advances. Mr. Clerk, next item.
LB 853 is a bill introduced by Senator Day. It's a bill for equity and revenue taxation, provides a homestead exemption for certain disabled veterans. Introduced on January 6th. Referred to the Revenue Committee, advanced to general file. There are Revenue Committee amendments pending.
Senator Day, you're welcome to open on LB 853.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, colleagues. LB 853 is my personal priority bill, and it would create a new prorated homestead exemption for veterans with service-connected disabilities that are rated as between 50% and 90% on the VA schedule for rating disabilities. Whenever we're working on legislation that would create a new exemption for a group of Nebraskans, I know the natural question that comes up is why? Why does this make fiscal sense? While there is a clear fiscal rationale based on the justification of lost earning power, I would also appeal to the debt of gratitude that we owe this group of Nebraskans in particular. These are Nebraskans who left home to serve our state and country and have come back having made enormous and life-changing sacrifices. While each veteran with a service-related injury faces a lifetime of unique and personal challenges, for the purposes of evaluation, service-related injuries are determined by a graduated rating system under the VA schedule for rating disabilities. The ratings range from 0 to 100%, and higher ratings may reflect a single serious disability or a combination of several smaller disabilities. The basis for these ratings are the average impairment of earning capacity that results from the service member's injury. It's also important to understand that when a veteran has more than one disability, the ratings are not simply added together. For example, a 30% disability rating plus 20% disability does not equal a total 50% disability rating. Instead, combined ratings are calculated by a formula and rounded down to the nearest 10%, meaning veterans often have a rating that is less than the sum of their injuries. While a 1 to 100 rating system may seem remote and calculated, I would urge everyone in this room to consider the life-altering changes that those with service injuries go through, and consider the physical and psychological loss as if they suddenly happened to ourselves or a loved one. For the 17,629 Nebraska veterans who have a 50% or greater service-related injury, this is their daily reality, a life forever altered by the courage they showed in serving our country and our way of life. Although the size of our veteran population is declining, among the youngest generation of veterans, service-connected injuries are increasing as a proportion of those returning home. Post-9/11 veterans report a 43% rate of service-connected disabilities, significantly higher than veterans from other periods. Additionally, among this subcategory of veterans with a service-related disability, 39% of these injuries have a disability rating of more than 70%. Unfortunately, we have another generation of Nebraskans trying to build their lives while experiencing the lasting effects of their service injuries. When we think of the nature of a partial disability, it seems only natural to be optimistic about the effects of a partial service injury. Yet, these are injuries that would be considered massive in any colloquial or common sense meaning of the term. For example, a case of 70% impairment for post-traumatic stress disorder involves suicidal thoughts, near continuous panic attacks, inability to manage stressful situations, and a projected 70% loss of earnings. This veteran would not qualify for our homestead exemption in the status quo. In terms of physical injuries, another example would be if your arm is amputated at the shoulder, you qualify for a 100% service disability and would get the exemption. However, if it's amputated below the deltoid but above the elbow, it's a 70% disability in your non-dominant arm and an 80% disability in your dominant arm. Regardless, in each case, we would not currently give those veterans the homestead exemption. Veterans with a 50% or higher service-related injury only suffer from a partial disability in the clinical, cold, and bureaucratic meaning of the term. As anyone else can see, these are life-altering injuries. Alaska, Illinois, Kansas, and Vermont already include versions of 50% or higher service-related disabilities in their property tax exemptions, and it is time for Nebraska to join them. LB 853 would prorate the level of service-related disability for those who are 50% or more disabled, matching the level of property tax exemption with their level of service disability in 10% tiers. I'm not pretending that LB 853 comes anywhere close to enough to make up for what many veterans have lost in defending us. However, I am asking you to consider giving this amount back to make things slightly easier for those who have given so much to all of us here today. LB 853 advanced from the Revenue Committee unanimously and received no opposition testimony. Additionally, there is a committee amendment, AM 1601. This would fix a drafting error that accidentally placed the exemption for non-service related injuries and would correct this and grant the exemption to service related injuries. So with that, I ask for your green vote on the committee amendment, AM 1601, and the underlying bill, LB 853. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Day. As the clerk stated, there are amendments from the Revenue Committee. Senator Lenahan, as chair of the committee, you are recognized to open on the amendments.
Good evening, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Day, for providing an overview of LB 853. Senator Day brought the language found in Committee Amendment 1601 to the hearing on LB 853. The Revenue Committee adopted the language on an 8-0 vote. The amendment moves the language for the partial homestead exemption for military veterans to the correct section of statute. The amendment clarifies the partial exemption for military veterans applies to service-related disability injuries. Thank you, colleagues, and I ask for your support of the committee amendments 1604 and for your support to move LB 853 to select 5. I'll be happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lenahan. Mr. Clerk, there's an amendment to the committee amendment.
Mr. President, Senator Sanders would move to amend the committee amendment AM 2371.
Senator Sanders, you're welcome to open on AM 2371.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. Today I'm introducing friendly amendment that adds to the text of my bill, LB 1080, into LB 853. I would like to thank Senator Day for allowing me to amend my bill into hers and for bringing this legislation that supports Nebraska disabled veterans. AM 2371 amends the original text LB 1080, my bill, which also changes homestead exemption provisions LB 853. LB 1080 had no opposition at the hearing and advanced on an 8-0 vote from the Revenue Committee. The bill was brought to us by the Sarpy County Commissioners. AM 2371 represents a modest change to our homestead exemption laws that will make a big impact for our veterans who are permanently and totally disabled. It provides a friendly process for veterans whose disabilities make it difficult for them to refile for the homestead exemption each year and whose disability is extremely unlikely to improve over time. Under AM 2371, veterans who are totally and permanently disabled can apply for homestead exemption every 5 years rather than on a yearly basis. We chose 5 years because this proposed processes coincides with the current practices in the Sarpy County Assessor's Office requiring that veterans submit a summary of benefits every 5 years to confirm their disability status. AM 2371 is the result of numerous conversations the Sarpy County Board of Commissioners have led with the county assessors, county veteran service officers, and other interested parties. Given the large population of veterans in Sarpy County and Douglas County, we expect the biggest impact will be seen in these two counties. Sarpy County estimates that 1,000 veterans, or 10% of the homestead exemption recipients, would be impacted by this change in Sarpy County alone. I am happy to answer any questions that you may have, and I urge you to vote green on AM 2371 and the underlining bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. Debate is now open on AM 2371. Senator Brewer, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'll start by thanking Senator Sanders, Senator Lenahan, and Senator Day for this bill and the amendments. I think to understand the system that's used for determining disability, I probably need to tell you my story so you understand how the process works. So in 2014, I retire after almost 37 years. You're sent to a medical facility and they assess you, and that assessment determines how much disability you have. Now, what they do is they look at the injuries you've sustained throughout your time in the military, and then they put a value to each of those. So let me run through just a quick list here. So at the time I retired, they determined I had 2 damaged vertebrae in my neck, C4 and C5, 3 damaged vertebrae in my back, L1 or S1, L4, and L5. I'd had my left thumb blown off and reattached, but it reattached just fine. Loss of hearing in the right ear, loss of vision in the right eye, damaged rotator cuff in the right arm, 21 different shrapnel wounds, 7 gunshot wounds to include the left lung, right arm, right calf, neck, and head. Both ankles fused, and a traumatic brain injury. So for those injuries, you are awarded 70%. None of those exceeded 70%. And the way it works is that they use a math formula where you add them all together, and it's some number that's way below anything you could ever dream of. And then for you to ever increase that number, it is a very difficult process you go through of being reevaluated. Each county has a county service officer that works with veterans, and their job is to help you increase that if it's possible, if you're deserving and you can prove it. But normally that is a very long process, sometimes 10 or more years before you can have one of those increased. So when you hear some of these numbers and you question whether or not this is really a reasonable thing or if they really need it or not, understand these numbers really don't reflect the true amount of injuries that they've sustained. It is a math formula that's used so that the government can pay you or recognize you for the least amount possible. So with that, I would ask your vote, green vote on LB 853 and the amendments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really want to applaud Senator Day, Senator Sanders, and of course, Senator Brewer for their work on this bill. There's really never enough that we can do for our veterans. It's really unbelievable when I come here and I spend time around Senator Brewer, and I'm always in awe of someone who has done what he's done for our country, suffered the injuries that he's suffered, and he's here serving in the legislature. He's really a source of strength for me when I come here and watch him and watch what he's done in his career and what he's done for our country, and recognize that he's not alone. There are a lot of people out there just like him. So again, I understand this can have some minor impact on the counties as you start looking at this exemption, but I think it's the very least that we can do for our veterans. I would highly encourage everyone to vote green on all of the amendments and the underlying bill. And Senator Day, thank you again.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Sanders, you're welcome to close on AM 2371. Senator Sanders waives closing. Members, the question before us is the adoption of 2371. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
37 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment to the committee amendments.
AM 2371 is adopted. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Senator Hansen, floor amendment 165. Have a note you want to withdraw, Senator. Thank you. I have nothing further to the committee amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Lanahan, you're welcome to close on AM 1601. Senator Lanahan waives closing. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 1601. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
38 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of committee amendments.
AM 1601 is adopted.
I have nothing further, Mr. President.
Senator Day, you're welcome to close on LB 853. Senator Day waives closing. Colleagues, the question is the advancement to ENR initial of LB 853. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have you all voted? Record, Mr. Clerk.
39 ayes, no nays on the advancement of the bill.
LB 853 advances. Colleagues, pursuant to the agenda, we will now move to the 7 o'clock items, LB 741A. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, 741A is a bill by Senator DeBoer, appropriates funds to